Same-day coverage, 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Touch the mic. 7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stifel studios here on 101 ESPN. And you can watch with other friends on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is filtering your phone calls and emails. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of those phone lines. Call in. Be a friend of the feather. 314-97401. 01. Text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And you can talk it over with other TMA listeners watching the show at youtube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to the channel. Doug, we're now at 6,810 subscribers as you approach that 7,000 subscriber plateau. And
hello, bullion.
Yeah, gold bullion. Usually we have a Sadie Hawkins, and you decide what the lead is. But today we have what would call an emergency press conference here on TMA.
Oh, really?
As they're trying to smoke us out of our holes here with frigid temperatures. I think a message has been sent 18 months into TMA being on 101 ESPN. They want us out, and they're going to try to freeze us right here, right now. Didn't that happen in a Batman film? Movie Boy?
Yes. That would have been Batman and Robin. That would have been the George Clooney Bat Nipples one.
Was Mr. Freeze involved
That
in
was,
that?
yeah,
And that
Arnold.
became a ride at Six Flags that you would go on before you would engage in light hand play in the time tunnel. Am I right on that?
It has an argument to be the best ride at Six Flags.
The time tunnel?
No, the Mr. Freeze.
Doug, best ride at Six Flags. Go.
I'll go old school, Screaming Eagle.
I like that.
Can't go
play.
wrong. I like the Boss, personally.
I thought Doug was going to say the swings, like really old school.
The swings are scarier than any
one that
ride
goes
they have.
really high?
Yeah.
Scary.
That's scarier than any ride they have.
And the scariest part is you wonder if it's really safe.
Well, you
That's
have a
why.
chain link seatbelt, and that's all you get.
Like they borrowed it from the local carnival at a grade school.
You go after the St. Gabriel School picnic. You're coming after Cal Kennedy and the rest of us. I just want that on the record. You can send in your best ride at Six Flags, 314-399-9646. What a day yesterday in Miami. What do you think they had there? 45,000 plus? 46?
Maybe 45.
Okay. Martin, you liked the lineup when you saw it was posted while we were doing the presentation yesterday. Had people buzzing. Was that Pujols, Edmonds, and Rowland right there in the middle?
No, we had Urias hitting cleanup, which is a little peculiar. And you were thinking a couple weeks ago, has he ever hit cleanup, this guy? Nice little career. Has he ever hit cleanup? No, not until the game in Detroit. But he did on Wednesday in Miami. But then you back him up so that they don't pitch around him with Fermin.
Correct.
Yeah. In the RBI slot.
So the lineup that we kind of had fun with, and I get it. We used to make fun of the La Russa lineups that would do this. The question I have, and I guess, they're about to play 17 in a row, so they try and stack days because they've got Thursday off. Okay. Do you have to give Wynn, Walker, Burleson, arguably your three best hitters at this moment, maybe, all the day off the same day? That's my only question. I get you got to buy time. They're not going to play every game. You're about to be in a long, nasty stretch. But that's the part that always confused me. Unless, Tim, they were being honest and went on the lie detector and said, we're going to try and get away with this. We'll probably lose, but it's 162. We've had a good little road trip. Let's get everybody home nice and safe. And let's start the plane now. When? Right about game time.
That's right.
I just don't think it makes sense to give away games, and that felt like a giveaway game. They did the same thing 2 weeks ago. Remember, we saw a lineup and said this might be the weakest lineup we've seen since maybe the early 90s. And if they stay playing pretty good baseball and they're in the playoff hunt and they find themselves just a couple of games out, how can you not look back at some of these games where they just didn't really seem to give much of an effort?
Now, as we have talked about on the program, perhaps it was 24 hours ago, access to Cardinal postgame sound is more difficult to get than Division III basketball when they're on the road. For the record, this goes on with all major league teams. We're not really sure why, but we have commissioned Buck Swope to lead an investigation. The man saved Tower T. He can certainly get an answer to this. So we don't necessarily have the sound, but we do, courtesy of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, have Ali Marmol's answer to it. It was a calculated lineup choice by the manager, a, quote, no-brainer, he said. He is banking on the rest paying off for multiple games later, even at the cost of one now. Quote, it's hard because you want to empty out and just take your shot, he explained in his office shortly after the loss. But this early on, you have to be disciplined about keeping your word. hit the reset button. Getting tomorrow off for some guys, 2 days off for the guys who needed it is important. It may not seem that way from a fan perspective. You look at it and go, gosh, hit Walker, Wynn, and Burley. That stuff catches up with you. Before the first pitch of Wednesday's game, Marmol's getaway day lineup drew questions from the few media members present and predictable criticism on social media. The Cardinals had a chance to win another series and return to St. Louis after a rollicking road trip that included a sweep in Houston. Instead, Marmol used the noontime start Wednesday and off day Thursday to steal more than 48 hours of consecutive rest for several of his everyday starters. On his mind was not just the quick turnaround from Tuesday night to Wednesday at noon, but the upcoming strain of 17 games in 17 days. Walker was the one player who had a scheduled off day. For Wynn, the Cardinals are seeking ways for him to reduce mileage as he's already missed time with soreness in his hip and continues to undergo preventative care for his lower back. They also wanted to avoid Burleson for a similar reason, thinking that pushing either him or Wynn through Wednesday would elicit fatigue in the near future that could risk injury. That's the calculus. A day off Wednesday equals 2, and the Cardinals believe yields a better chance to perform and avoid injury in the challenging stretch ahead. A day off now might prevent missing multiple days later. Better that off day comes when there is an off day scheduled before 17 consecutive days where any off day, any day is also a game missed. So there you go. That's the reason.
Kudos to Derek Gould for being there. Mm-hmm. He and Jeff Jones travel with the team. It's nice to get some answers. And I know Papers is always looking for audio. There was no Ali Marmol on the Cardinals.TV postgame. They typically have a little bit of him, but that did not even happen yesterday. They even had a power outage there for a while where the game was knocked off the air. Did you see that? And the Herrera home run was not televised. We were scrambling just to find video of that. But I understand the concept, and it's not a big deal. It's something we actually kind of poke fun at, and La Russa did it all the time, and we mentioned that players like Scott Rowland would call out the lineup for being a little less than robust. So I get what he's trying to do, banking day on top of day. I just wonder if you give Burleson Tuesday off, maybe he's in the Wednesday line. Is there a way to then it wouldn't get multiple days in a row? I understand that, but maybe there's a way where you don't give the majority, and granted, this is not the 27 Yankees, but the majority of your big bats all off the same day is always a little peculiar.
It doesn't seem like any teams do that when the Cardinals play them, does it? You ever see an opposing lineup where all their best players are on the bench? Well,
candidly, it would be difficult with multiple teams because there are multiple teams in baseball that aren't necessarily interested in competing. So, for example, if the Marlins would trot out randoms, I'd go, ooh, these are different randoms than the randoms the night before. That would be the way I would recognize it. But, yes, I agree with you at the same time, as Martin, correctly cites, because you tell the anecdote of Scott Rowland walking past the lineup card on a getaway day and seeing, oh, Benny's hitting 6, as in Gary Bennett. So it's a known thing. I do wonder about what you guys were just saying. Switching them out on, having Wynn have the off day on Monday, Walker on Tuesday, Burleson on Wednesday, as an example. However, we may disagree with it, but Marmol said the goal was to give them essentially 48 hours in between the Tuesday game and when they come home to take on the Mariners tomorrow night.
I might also consider giving guys a day off when you're up against a pitcher or something that you're probably going to get beat by anyway. I mean, that was a game to be won there yesterday. And you go up against Ohtani or Skeens or one of the best pitchers in the league, maybe you give him that day off because there's probably an 80% chance you're going to lose it with your best players.
What are you saying? This guy was junk?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Cardinals
I still got it in me.
Where's the drop, boy?
KMOV, if you're looking for somebody to do weekends, I am back.
Cardinals got a chance to win the series, but guess what? They were going against some junk.
How about that?
Cardinals had one player in their lineup yesterday hitting above 230.
Nice.
And he was hitting 236. Three of them in the 100s.
And the other side of the coin is that's a game it might have been nice to have a Velasquez-type player on the bench because then he could hit fourth or fifth, and maybe he could run into one. Maybe he would hit a home run, which he did for Memphis, I believe, last night. So it also speaks to your bench. And I know they like Fermin, and he's versatile, and Sajaysi's versatile, but it'd be nice to have a guy like Velasquez who has the threat of power.
Well, in the 2 games where they've played these Shishawali lineups, they've scored exactly 1 run, and that came on a Herrera home run. That's it for 18 innings.
So,
That's what
Doug,
they
the
busted.
series record used to be the real record, which is 5-3 now in the season. They're 5-3.
No, they're not.
They've played 8 series. They're 5-3. Would you offer that there could be a new standings, much like the NHL, where there's like 8 categories? How about the Cardinals are not 14-10? They're 14-8-2 because there was 2 where they didn't try. Are you okay with that? New category.
Yeah, I wonder about that. I
Perhaps
like
that's a
that.
Kilcoyne index.
Yeah, I'm going to go with DT didn't try, so we'll
Okay.
go. They're 14-8-2.
Okay.
But in the big picture, I get it. It's fine. I appreciate the in-depth answer, and again, Derek Gould for being there.
Tip of the cap.
And I think Jackson and I talked about this on air, off air. Everyone says reporting, newspaper, like on-site report, it's dead. Yet a lot of the shows, even the Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Smith, whatever, a lot of what they react to is actual reporting, and that leads to the discussion. Right. So when people say, "Oh, it's just dead" or whatever, well, no, we're talking about it, and now we're talking about a quote that Derek Gould got by being
without it, we'd have no context.
by being on site. So reporting is not dead. Is my point. Everybody likes to react, but often it is to actual reporting.
Your thoughts are welcome. Call on in. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Great news for Jackson. A week from tomorrow, he will be able to update the text inbox names for those who don't have them, and that goes on for a week. May Day, Doug. May 1st, the Maypole.
Well, that'll be fun.
It will be fun. Yeah, I'll enjoy it.
See? How are things at the new place? You settling in now?
Getting there.
Chris and that bitch, eh?
Getting there.
Really?
Well, no,
I can play the audio back for you if Chairman Kurt goes over there.
I don't know what you mean. It's getting there. I got some stuff I still got to unpack, some other things, but, just doing well.
Is it a literal unpack, or are you just kind of mentally you're unpacking?
More so literally.
Okay.
Literally
unpacking.
Literally have stuff still to unpack, but yeah, we're making strides. The water pressure in my shower is outstanding. And to me, that's a huge,
that's a win.
Huge check mark in terms of the good column. Oh yeah, really good water pressure.
You can't really work around that.
I did mess up though. I had to get a shower curtain rod, like one of those tension rods.
Oh, John Candy sold those, Doug. And P's, T's,
rings.
and A's.
And so I bought the shower liner, but I forgot to get a curtain. So I just have the shower liner.
Yeah.
So I look like an American Psycho every time I get into the shower. It looks like I'm gonna mutilate myself.
And you moved to the Central West End, so you're close to the nightlife, and you can spend a lot of lonely nights in the tavern staring into a bottle.
You
clip that off.
You didn't think through that one at all. Yes, that's exactly right, Doug.
Is that right?
Yeah. So I can saunter back to my place.
But we're getting a report here, papers. My friend lives in the Central West End, and he says his senior place with the life-size Larry Bird doll with the anatomical enhancements and short green shorts in the window. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like the scene at Home Alone where Macaulay Culkin gets all of his posters to dance for Joe Pesci. It's very similar to that.
The Larry Bird life size, that'd be more Frank than Jackson, I believe.
I'm a pretty big Larry Legend fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg going to be as good as Larry Bird?
No.
He might be.
Larry Bird's like one of the 5 greatest players
First
of all
segment,
time.
Martin, every day we get these takes from Doug.
Cooper might be, too. He's scoring 50. He's 19 years old.
Okay. I mean, it's a crazy
Jackson's
thing to
dismissing
say.
your take. You see that?
I just like, it's like...
He's a special player.
He's really
Maybe
great.
Generational talent.
Yeah, he's... I don't think he's that good. I don't think he's near at that level, like not even close right now, but he's 19 years old, so
Freezing cold takes. It's just taking note. Tim, how about this? This will heat up the studio. These two just go back and forth.
Yeah.
You debate it. Tim referenced it at the outset. Somebody said Martin looks like a dock worker. What Tim was alluding to, it's about 40 degrees in the studio. Luckily, Jackson warned us all ahead of time.
Yeah.
To buckle up. It's
yes.
a tad
I said,
chilly.
Bring a wrap.
Like frostbite is possible today.
You could hang a rack of bacon in here.
Sounds good.
They're trying to smoke us out of our holes.
Top of my head's got some snow caps.
You can participate in the Dotem if you didn't get a foursome. 101 ESPN is giving away the one final foursome for a contest. The TMA Dotem is taking place on Friday, May 15th at Oak Valley. It's sold out, but you could still win a free foursome to join us for a full day out on the course. The Dotem will include breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Cutwater canned cocktails, and AB beer and seltzers, the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, the Evergreen Wealth Strategies longest drive competition, an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse. It's all included. Find that chance to win the final free foursome for the sold-out Dotem with TMA right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Winner must be 21 or older. Giveaways brought to you by Cutwater Canned Cocktails. There it is, the Dotem taking place. Is that 3 weeks from tomorrow? Is that right? 3 weeks from tomorrow?
Seems right.
3 weeks from tomorrow. All right. Should be a glorious day.
I can't wait. Looking forward. I just enjoy being with the loyal listeners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doug doesn't.
Well, they eat a lot, and there's going to be a lot of good food out there. I'm just afraid there's going to be some weight issues.
Well, then you got all weekend to work it off, though.
Okay.
Make Friday your cheat day that week.
Get involved in the program. Text in, call in, email in, talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, because once we get to 7,000 subscribers, Doug gets more gold bullion than he knows what to do with. There are 162 friends in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, and they're talking about Adam Silver. I just looked in there, and that's the first thing I saw. I'm not sure why.
Alien.
They're talking about, oh, is that it?
He's an alien.
They're talking about Adam Silver in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Now, there was a getaway day lineup, as we tended to at the outset of TMA here on 101 ESPN yesterday in Miami. It, as expected, led to a very quick game. Not only did the getaway day lineup not hit, it didn't seem like they were really interested in taking the pitchers deep into the at-bats. I was sending you guys updates on the pitch counts throughout the afternoon. I'm sure you had to enjoy those texts. But the Cardinals faced an average of about 9.5 pitches per inning for the first 8 innings of the game. So they were grinding. They were grinding through these at bats.
Junk pitched 5 innings, gave up only 1 hit,
and what, he threw 120 pitches?
56.
Okay, I don't understand.
They still took him out of the game.
By way of example, Dustin May, Tuesday night, veteran pitcher, went 5 1/3. And that was 97 pitches.
And Doug just said Junk threw 156. I'm sorry, you said 56.
56 pitches.
56 pitches in 5 innings? On a getaway day game at noon in Miami?
Uh-huh. And I was stupid enough to pick the over on this game.
Sometimes it's too good to be true, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I understand that. I understand that. But there is reason for optimism and solutions. It just might not be in St. Louis. We'll tell you why coming up. Oh, it was a tease. It was a tease. Nice. It was a tease.
Very clever.
Consultants smile with that one. I will explain coming up after the break. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stifel Studios.
is baseball heaven. Best fans in baseball, they are yawning. Fire our hearts, and it is burning. Too bad the red looks silly. Don't make it sick, I see money on you. Like we will go a million. The Navy looks so damn sexy. Red on the road is found like Dixie. Wonder dog, no huddler, Rexy.
No huddler, Rexy, Doug.
Thinking about me.
He would actually like to hear that song. Rex Hudler. He's a trip. We should send it to him.
And they doing Royals games?
Yeah.
Yes,
He's a big Royals guy. You know what? He is a delight. I guess you covered him, right?
Sure.
The early
yeah.
90s?
Great guy. Yeah. Great guy. One of the best.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. As we broadcast from the Stifel studios, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt. Behind the scenes here, Doug, we've got some tension on the show. Number one, they're trying to smoke us out of our holes by freezing us to death in the studios. So we're battling through that, and that's why Martin looks like a longshoreman.
Did you just go into Courtney's studio to warm up? Yeah. Is that what it was all about? Like some hobos over the barrel is in the corner of a studio, a random studio?
But that's, Martin just deep teased it right there. Jackson and Chairman Kurt violating the non-compete, and I can have your attorneys review it, appeared on Courtney Landrum's show on The Arch this morning, 106.5 The Arch. And they are now playing on Courtney's show, an incredibly popular program. And Courtney is a wonderful, wonderful person. But now she has started to take our people, and that's going to be a problem. So now add this to the radio wars. But Jackson and Chairman Kurt were on there because Courtney is now playing Navy Caps on the Road.
Okay. Yeah. It's got momentum.
Yeah, went in there just to provide some context for the tune. I wanted the chairman to, to be the one to explain it more because, this is his work, this is what he did. And just provide a little context. So Chairman's currently pulling the audio of our appearance there so we can play it for the fine listeners at TMA.
All of a sudden, Tammy's walking into this studio a little late. He's in a break, and we're like, where is he? Oh, I'll try the ones and twos. And he comes back. Sorry, guys, we were giving away some Katrina and the Waves tickets, and I'm just running a little behind.
Martin's over here trying to work the levers.
I turned down what's the show before us? Mike and Ike or whatever. Yeah, and I turned it down.
This is some good logistics here.
I tried to turn down the audio one day. It's a great show, but I was trying to focus, and Paper swears I knocked us off the air by turning the volume down.
Is that true?
No, I said I didn't know what happened.
There was some confusion at the time.
But I wasn't upset or anything.
I touched the one knob, and you said I knocked us off the air.
No, I did not say that. I think I said that could have been, but who knows what it was. But, yes.
So when you hear a great show, your instinct is to turn it down.
Well, Doug and I have a little pre-show ritual. And we like a lot of Zen. It gets really quiet in here.
Yeah, positive affirmations.
And then Doug gives dating advice to Kurt. Then I say, I'm turning that show back up.
Guys, is Navy Caps on the Road available for purchase somewhere?
You you stream it.
It's on YouTube, too.
Yeah, YouTube, Apple Music, Spotify, wherever you stream music. I don't know if people are still purchasing songs for 99 cents, but if you are, I would recommend considering the streaming option.
Wow, you're taking money out of Tim Cook's pockets. Doug, he's retiring, though, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm fine with that.
Why?
Oh.
They've already named his successor.
Yeah. Bill. I'm telling people to use the streaming service, which I'm sure they've put billions of dollars into. That as long as you have unlimited data, it would seem silly to have 99-cent purchasing of songs. But what do I know?
My wife called me this morning because she heard Navy Caps on the Road this morning on 106.5 The Arch. How about that?
Hell yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Just uniting the front. We're not in radio awards with Courtney.
And you're wearing your Navy Blues cap, Cardinal cap right now?
That's right. Yeah. I haven't dusted this bad boy off in a while, and I'm happy to have it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you think
maybe there's a 2% chance they'll listen to us.
Could put some pressure on the ball club.
I mean, what would the harm be? Where's the harm in bringing it back?
In giving the people what they want.
Right. Every single road game, or even home game, there's a ton of players wearing the Navy accessories, and it seems silly to wear that if you're not going to bring the cap back to match it.
You wear Navy sleeves also? Or
that's like Weatherholt wears a Navy sleeve. Herrera often wears a Navy sleeve. Wynn.
What if they were really savvy and they only did the Navy caps on the road when they had the getaway lineup, so we didn't even notice?
That would be savvy.
Wow, that Fermin looks slick in that blue hat.
Yeah.
Boy, that Urias, wow, I really like that
Just
cap.
be in a trance.
Yes. You don't notice that there's nobody getting on base.
Guys, my wife likes to wear a Navy cap on the road to her boyfriend's house. She doesn't think I know, but I know. Doug, that's from Daddy Likey. Sounds like he's getting cucked.
Okay.
You think he goes into the closet when he gets home and she's not there, and once he sees the Navy caps gone, he just starts to weep.
Bad sign.
I didn't know that Navy Caps on the Road was actually on Apple Music, and I just downloaded it. That's from Boozy. So it is on Apple Music?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, Doug.
Yeah, and Spotify. Yeah.
So people are going to have cookouts this weekend. You like a cookout? And they're just going to be blasting Navy Caps on the road on the Sonos. Chairman, do you have that audio? Chairman has returned, violating his non-compete. Jackson also violated the non-compete. Your attorneys will deal with that. That's not our problem. Yeah, that's a problem.
You're going to be on AD tomorrow? Thanks.
Yeah. Let's take a listen.
For years on TMA, they've championed the cause for the Cardinals to bring back these Navy caps when they play road games. It's a classic look.
The Cardinals are such a classic uniform. It's one of the best uniforms in all of baseball. And it had such this unique, definitive look on the road where they would wear the Navy caps, it would pop. Players seemed to like it. They put a fan poll out there, and the fans voted for the Navy caps on the road. And their answer to that was, okay, well, we'll wear the Navy caps when we play a team that wears red hats on the road, which is few and far between.
You think it should be standard?
Across the board.
I ran some analytics. If you look at the winning percentage for the years.
Did you really?
I did.
Well, that's what they do over there.
I love that.
It's a significant.
She's a numbers gal. He's a numbers guy.
Numbers don't lie. I wanted it to get out to the masses. So anywhere you stream music, search Navy Caps on the Road. Album's coming out Friday. Full album. Navy Caps played at Ballpark Village a few weeks ago on a Friday night.
That's a big step.
Yeah.
Courtney Show,
happening.
Step 2.
Yeah.
Percolating.
Inside Busch Stadium would be like my magnum opus there if I could get it across Clark
An uphill
Street.
climb, but
Yeah.
there you go.
How about that?
And then we played the tune.
And then they played the tune?
That's right.
The whole tune?
About like a minute and a half of it.
Okay.
The first verse and the chorus.
And the whole thing runs about 3 minutes?
Chairman, yeah, about that.
And what was the review from the listeners of 106.5 The Arch and Courtney Landrum's program?
I don't know if they have a text line. If they do, I didn't look at it, but I can tell you Courtney, Afton, and Brando were big fans. So that's all that I care about. So I think it was a good appearance. Chairman stepped up to the plate and knocked it out of the park.
Your move, Riz.
I could be
I believe Riz is vacationing at Jackson's parents' place this weekend in the Hamptons.
Yeah.
I could be crowdsourcing here, but there are no rules about AI music appearing on Apple, Spotify, or anything.
Bo! What makes you say that's AI? Wasn't that Sabby Carpenter?
I can't confirm nor deny.
Okay, so there you go.
Because I know the SAG-AFTRA people fought for a long time, went on strike over that.
Sup, wet blanket.
I'm just wondering, I don't want us to get in trouble.
I just enjoy the line where they said, that's what they do over there. They talk about breaking down numbers and doing a little research on it.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, not all the time.
I didn't put it in the clip, but I responded with, well, you missed the segment we did on truck stop restroom, so.
Oh. Well,
More so the showers.
The Walker home run song, I think, is a winner, too.
I mentioned that when they asked if there was others. I said, yes, Summer
got an
98
album.
has got
Summer 98 is my favorite.
Yeah.
That's my tune.
He's cooled off a little bit over the last week.
Since
Doug,
the
it seems like
song
they've decided
came
they're
out.
not going to throw him a fastball. It's
Yeah.
like Pedro Serrano is up there for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Not yesterday because the cleanup hitter was a 31-year-old utility infielder. But nonetheless.
It's hitting 186. What
Now-
did you like about that?
Yeah. Now, here is a developing situation. If Joe Strauss were still with us, he would hashtag this developing. Cardinals have a great situation. This is going to delight Jackson even more than his appearance on Courtney's show on 106.5 The Arch. Another catcher is raking in this organization. Jimmy Crooks last night in the Memphis Redbirds win, by the way, they are 15-8, went 2 for 5 and hit his 8th home run. For the record, Baez has gotten hot here and hit his 5th, and Velasquez is still not hot, but certainly after I think it was 0 for 21 start to the Memphis Redbirds season, he's now up to 200 and hit his 2nd home run. But Crooks's numbers are really, really impressive through 18 games. He's 19 for 66. That's a batting average of 288, but it is the OPS that stands out. He's at 1,080 with a 667 slugging percentage, 8 home runs, 17 RBIs, 16 runs scored. And keep in mind, he splits time down there with Bernal. So Jimmy Crooks is raking. And Martin, a couple days ago, you said you thought that there was a chance that they would consider bringing him up. And when you look at the Cardinal offense, number one, the precipitous drop-off after you get through the first half of it. But if there's one spot that really stands out, it's when Pedro Pages is up there and the lack of offense they're getting from the catcher position.
I think by mid-May. I think you get a month plus into the season, then you start looking at who's performing, not performing. And I think at some point with an offense that is challenged, we should say, it's hard to ignore a guy who's going to be 25 this summer. When you're talking about building for the future and seeing what you have, how long would you leave a 25-year-old catcher at AAA? Right. I think at some point, and it's nothing against Pages, who seems to be really popular in the room. He's always in the golf outing, for sure. Yep. But at some point, you can't just have, we're talking about giveaway games. I don't think you give away all those at-bats at some point. And he may come up here and be terrible. But what's the point of AAA if a guy produces if you don't eventually? And I'm sure they have a plan to get him up here. I just think by mid-May, if Pages is still really struggling, it'd be hard not to bring him up.
Yeah, you wonder what the reason is right now that they haven't.
I think it's the swing and miss stuff. I think he strikes out a lot at the moment, but
that doesn't seem to be much of a problem with the rest of the Cardinal lineup.
He does have 28 strikeouts and 66 at-bats.
Right, but also 8 home runs.
Baez, for the record, has 26 strikeouts and 74 at-bats.
But my argument with this season, I understand a lot of it has to do with roster management, and you can't just put everybody through waivers. Eventually, you can't just call everybody up. But if this season is really just to kind of see what you got, Baez should be here at some point. Crooks should be here at some point. And if they struggle, so what?
Doug Vinny Favorito's non-woke comedy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And he says, unless and until Crooks improves his swing decisions, he's another Nolan Gorman.
His swing decisions.
That's from Vinny Favorito, non-woke comedy. In the
Long-time hitting coach, no doubt.
A lot of hitting
coaches. Well, and yet Gorman's on his 5th year with the Cardinals. They brought him up.
And then also, of note, the Cardinals traded Steven Matz. Do you remember where he went?
Boston.
That's right. And do you remember who they got?
Blaze Jordan.
Rake Festival. Absolute Rake Festival. Blaze Jordan last night, 2 for 3. Also walked 2 times, so he was on base 4 times, scored twice. And Blaze Jordan is hitting .347. And he also is hitting some home runs, not the power numbers of Crooks, but he has 4 home runs and a .982 OPS.
And not striking out very much.
Yeah, considerably less strikeouts.
Yes, Blaze Jordan has only struck out 11 times out of 75 at-bats.
All right. I don't get a lot of what they're doing. I just don't. I don't know why he wouldn't be up. They got him listed as a third baseman when they traded for him. I thought he'd been playing first base.
Wouldn't it be nice to see what you have at third and catcher, considering what you're getting at third and catcher right now?
I get them having him down there right now because you need him playing every day. But at a certain point, you got to see what you're getting out of the corner infield and be like, all right.
Because, again, see, this is a different conversation if we're even talking a decade ago. 2016 was kind of the beginning of what started out as mediocrity and from my standpoint, a lethargic approach after a 100-win season in 2015. And then they kind of didn't make aggressive moves one way or the other, and then got backed into a corner on the outfield thing, and that led to the Dexter Fowler signing in December of 2016. With now being a clear, we are trying to find out where we are, who can do what, I would like to see those guys get opportunities here. Now, I suppose the counter to that would be, well, Nolan Gorman's still going to get his proverbial runway, and he is going to be starting against right-handed pitching. I understand that. The Urias thing, I don't understand. It's nothing personal. It just doesn't really match up with the rest of the model. And the Pages thing, I think at this point, that wasn't necessarily a high-ceiling guy anyway. I'd be curious what the reasoning would be from the not getting Crooks in there.
Here's some numbers on Blaze Jordan. In his minor league career so far, I guess he's in year 5, he's had a total of 1,965 at-bats. He's got 66 home runs in the minors, 352 RBIs. That's a big power guy. I don't know what they're waiting on there either. He's only 23, but in a season where you're supposed to get a runway and supposed to look at what you got, and to see the lineup that they put out there yesterday, and why you keep these guys at AAA, I don't get it.
Why would we bring up Jimmy Crooks when we can watch Pedro Pages muff balls all night like Doug does? That's
What?
from Fat Dog Boy. You're playing.
I'm not a catcher, no. I squatted post dish as a little kid.
Let's see. Good morning, fellas. Sorry I'm a little late to the show. Did you already discuss how Ali checked in with an L before the game even started with that crappy lineup? Doug, that's from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter, and sometimes as a Hot Wife Hunter, you get a little later start to the day, but Huntley Hot Wife Hunter, we did start the program with that conversation right out of the gate, and in red, Derek Gould, who did some reporting down there at the game in Miami, and Ali Marmol said the decision with that lineup was, quote, a no-brainer. He says it's hard because you want to empty out and just take your shot. But this early on, you also have to be disciplined about keeping your word, hit the reset button, getting tomorrow off for some guys, 2 days off for the guys who need it. It's important. It may not seem that way from a fan perspective. You look at it and go, gosh, hit Walker, Wynn, and Burley. But that stuff catches up with you. And the Cardinals are playing 17 games in 17 days. So there is the reasoning. Understandably, most fans disagree with that. We disagree with it. But that is the explanation from the Cardinal manager.
And to be fair to this show, we've talked about this a lot. It wasn't just a yesterday topic. And nobody's irate about it. We've asked former players about it. It's just a thing that they do. La Russa would do it. They like to bank multiple days on top of each other. And Wynn's a guy who's been banged up a lot. But he was 7 for his last 12. And you're like, ooh, I got to keep him rolling, because you're going to be off all evening Wednesday. You're going to be off all day Thursday, all day. I can get you 48 hours now. It's more like 72, which is fine. It's big picture. They're 14-10. It's great. There's still things that we just don't always
But when you have
understand.
the schedule coming up that they have, and you have an opportunity in Miami there against no offense to Jansen Junk, but certainly not the kind of caliber of pitching they're going to be facing coming up.
The man got through 5 innings, but it was 156.
No,
156.
No,
56 pitches.
Okay, I don't
It's
understand.
almost
that.
impossible.
Yeah, maybe see a couple more pitches. But when you have the caliber of pitching you're going to be facing over the next few weeks, it's like, well, that one is gettable.
I agree with you, Papers.
That's my way of thinking,
Right,
too.
if you're looking-
Take the ones you think you got a really good chance to get.
Right. And maybe rest against Ohtani when the Dodgers come to town.
Guys do construction 10 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week. In a baseball game, the ball is only in play for a few minutes. Outside of the pitcher, everybody else stands around most of the time. So I've never understood why guys can't play a minimum of 150 games at every position except catcher. And Doug, that comes from a ball coach. His name's Ball Coach Steve on TikTok. He's got a wonderful beard, by the way. I don't know if you guys have started to watch Ball Coach Steve on TikTok.
I kind of agree with him. There are days, like if you play first base, you jog out to first base. You don't really run much defensively. If you have an 0 for 4, you don't run when you hit the ball unless you're trying to run out a ground ball. You might run full speed one time over a 3-hour game once. It shouldn't be that tiring when you're 25 years old.
3 players have appeared in every game this season.
Can we guess?
3 players.
3 players have appeared in every game.
I don't know. I know games played. I'm not positive if they came in as a pinch hitter and stayed. I don't know that.
Herrera?
Yes.
Nice, Doug.
Yes.
Nice. Get your threesome.
Friend of the show, kind of.
Burley?
Didn't play yesterday, famously.
Oh, yeah. Well, what are you going to do?
How about Scott?
Yes.
Youngry.
Yeah, he's pinch run a lot.
What about Ronnie Belliard? It's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
No, he's sat out a few.
Roland, Edmonds, and Pujols all played over 150 games in the MV3 year. Yeah, but they only won 105 games then.
Yeah.
Right.
And they were older than these guys are that they're resting now. I just think it's kind of a negative way to approach it when you think, well, they might get hurt, so we're going to put them on the bench. Well, yeah, they might get hurt sitting on the bench, too. Get him out there.
Guys, how do you think the starting pitcher feels when he sees the lineup he gets for support that day? That's from the VP of VP.
That's the other thing is then you question, like, what do you think Kyle Leahy's season is going to look like? I think likely it ends up with him in the bullpen.
And I think they're missing him in the bullpen, actually, based on what he did.
I agree on that as well. Like I said, here are some big-time numbers of note that are going on at Memphis. And Baez, who also started off a little slow, starting to get it going with the power numbers. His OPS is at 831, batting average is at 230, 5 home runs and 13 RBIs. For the record, Nelson Velasquez, who now at this point is forgotten, but about a month ago it was the source of controversy locally, 200 batting average, 611 OPS, and he hit his second home run last night. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, text inbox. You're welcome to call in as well. If you do, you get to talk to a guy who is on the verge of a platinum record, Doug. It is the second coming of the Thriller album, and Chairman Kurt has put it together. It's now on 106.5 The Arch with Courtney's show. And you said, Riz, you're on the clock. So when he returns from vacation, you're going to storm into the 105.7 The Point studios with your hit and say, play it.
Tim, do you have a quick
I'm asking. I'm sorry. I'm asking.
I'm sorry. You asking Kurt a question?
Yeah, I apologize. I know he's direct. Doug used to say you have to have the neck of an owl sometimes to see people.
To see everybody. That's what you'd need.
Yeah.
Hi, Martin. As much as I'd love to just walk right in there and to a guy that's established in this industry for years and years and just let him have it, I don't know if you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, Doug.
What do you think on that?
Yeah, probably so.
Or does the squeaky wheel get the oil?
Both are true.
Let me ask the plowmaster this.
Well, I had a quick aside. It's related to Kurt, and it's related to music, and related to Jeff Suppan. So the chairman has created a song specific for Jeff Suppan, but sent it to me yesterday. We kind of were workshopping, right? What do we think? Is it going to bother him? Is he going to, it pokes a little fun that he's bored and calling us every day. So I sent it to him, Chairman.
I didn't hear back from you yesterday, and I've been sick.
You're actually sick, or you're nervous sick? Is that what you're saying?
Nervous.
Okay, big moment.
Because he said, what do you think? I go, it's funny. It's definitely making fun of the fact that Soup is so bored that he calls us every day because he's not in the show. And now instead of the phone ringing in the bullpen, it's us calling. I kind of liked it. He said, do you think he'll be offended? I said, no, he won't be offended. So I sent it to him. And he said, the only thing that really bothers me, he goes, it sounds like a boy band. Why does it sound like a boy band?
It was supposed to be New Edition.
Okay, but he is bothered by the fact that he's not bothered by the lyrics, which point out that he's kind of bored, former big leaguer. But he's bothered by the fact, he said, I know, but why is it a boy band? He said, I don't know why. Ask Kurt.
Should we try a Goulet version?
I could do that.
Robert Goulet, Doug.
And then he seemed to focus on Kurt, and not in a bad way, but he said, what's Chairman's role? And I said, well,
it's fluid.
He wanted to know a lot about what Chairman does. He said, so Jackson,
Swiss Army knife.
He said, Jackson produces, and I said, Chairman is a key component. He plays a lot of roles.
Yes.
A fluid Swiss Army knife? That's what it says in the batting?
Yeah.
But I believe he liked the song.
Put that in your dating profile. I'm fluid Swiss Army knife.
The boy band, and I just said, you have to understand Chairman uses different vehicles at different times, and that time was a boy band.
And the debut album is kind of poppy, and I wanted to give Tim a shout-out with some New Edition. So,
Yeah, Can You Stand the Rain? If It Isn't Love, Doug, those are certainly the George Washington and Abraham Lincoln on their Mount Rushmore, and then it gets into, do you put Cool It Now on there? Do you put Mr. Telephone Man
That's my favorite.
on there? It gets tense when you start talking about New Edition's Mount Rushmore.
I haven't paid much attention because, in my opinion, there hadn't been any really good music released since the Mills Brothers did Glowworm.
I understand it. What about the Mills Brothers doing the Suppan song?
Oh,
we can give it a shot.
okay.
So we're on like a 70-year drought of good music.
Pretty much.
But the thing is, the tone of this song, which, by the way, is called Soup's Gone Cold.
Great.
It's like it's a longing, it's a desperation, it's yearning for the past, and I don't know if the Mills Brothers gets that vibe, but
there's happier tunes.
He's Gone Cold, Dido. Have you considered that?
Oh, yeah,
that?
and then Eminem sampled that with Stan.
Yeah.
Tea's Gone Cold.
Yeah, Dido's, I think it was
I thought the name of the song was Thank You.
Thank you, yeah, thank you. Thank
But
you.
it opens, no problem. But it opens up with Tea's Gone Cold, and then Marshall Mathers gets in there and he starts talking about Stan,
Right.
which I think is a tribute to some TMA lives.
Very much so. Should I buzz my head and go bleach it even more blonde than it is?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that look. You think the ladies would like it?
No.
Okay. I mean, to me, if you're a 51-year-old sitting on, probably at this point, assuming he's got a Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies working on things in Southern California, and I don't know if they have any financial advisors in Southern California.
A few.
So he's probably sitting on close to 9 figures. And you have nothing to do but work with your kids on their sports and their debate teams and then garden. He's the big winner. He's the big winner. So we can bust his balls a little bit about calling in. Is it 5 straight shows or 6 straight shows? 6, that's where we are? But I'm sure deep down he's like, have fun with it. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on 9 figures.
Yes, I believe that's...
And Martin, you called that the Milwaukee retirement plan?
Oh, Loesch got it too, yeah. You have some good years in St. Louis, a little bit of postseason success, and the Brewers say, I got to have me some of that.
Yeah.
Don't care how old you are. Here you go. What do you want, 40 million, 50 million?
The Cream City pension.
Yes.
Is that what they call it now?
Threw it at Soup, and then they threw it at Loesch.
Worse Woods Wacko says his financial advisor is in Southern California. So, Doug, there are financial advisors in Southern California.
I'm sure there are many of them, yeah.
Huh.
But I think Suppan's genuine interest in the show now is emerging. Like, wait, now what's Jackson do? Okay, and then he said, "What does Kurt look like?" I'm telling you,
wow.
I don't know why, but was there a video accompanying?
You got a few different revenue streams. It looks like now.
Sup, Soup? What's the question, Martin?
Was there a video that went with it?
With the song?
Yeah,
yeah. It didn't
Maybe
have
that's why he wanted to know if you were in it or something. I don't know. He asked what you look like.
Yeah.
Aren't you on the video? Are you in the music video?
I am not.
Because he was looking at my Instagram and he saw the video.
Right. Yeah, I don't make it. I'm just behind the scenes.
You're like the Gorillas. You're like a video band. You know, where they're like you couldn't actually see the person.
And Doug, the Gorillas, didn't they have members of De La Soul in their 2003 jam? Jackson, you played that as return music. Feel good.
Yeah, De La Soul's in that.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And Trey Mason's father is a member of De La Soul. Think about that.
All right.
I didn't know
he passed on, if I'm not mistaken. One of the members of De La Soul. Doug, which one from De La Soul?
I used to know, but I
And
forgot.
then Trey Mason tricked Mizzou in the title game.
Yeah, they ran one play where they did this jet sweep, and it caught him off guard. And then they did it 30 more times.
And then the Rams said, we got to have this guy.
That's right.
So it's all full circle.
Yeah, and then I think he paid tribute to Javon Crudup by driving the wrong way on I-95.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, and that's kind of a low-traffic interstate.
Such an easy thing to do. There's only do not enter signs all over the place.
Vincent Mason of De La Soul, still with us.
One of the members of De La Soul.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. But yes, he's Trey Mason's father, and he has the famous laugh that starts
Is that right?
That's his
Doug,
laugh.
things are happening on this show.
What's his name?
Vincent Mason.
Vincent Price opens up Thriller. How about that? He's
Country
from
Day.
Lefter Groves.
Yeah.
And went to Country Day. So his family was from a tough part of town.
Yeah.
David Jolicoeur is the one who passed away 3 years ago.
How about that? Now you've been updated on De La Soul and Vincent Price. Tell me it's not a sports show.
How many yards
Bill
did Trey
Jacks.
Mason have? Like 250 against Mizzou? Something like
I'm
that?
going to take the over.
Might have been like 270.
Trey Mason,
Maybe
SEC.
300.
SEC championship game, ran into Charles Barkley after the game.
Oh, boy.
I thought it was 335.
304.
Oh,
Well, the next
But
carry.
the thing is, it was different plays.
he must have been exhausted.
46 carries and 4 touchdowns.
That's what a great high school running back
I was
does.
just about to say.
And then
that's
Dave Matter, now employee of the University of Missouri, but at the time working for the Post-Dispatch, approached defensive coordinator Dave Steckel the week after the game and asked him, because he wasn't available oftentimes, Missouri, Martin is curious with their...
Well, you hear from the coordinators, I think, early August, and then maybe again in April of the next year.
They threw the ball 11 times. Auburn threw it 11 times.
Why would you ever throw it?
In a
The guys
game
who
where they
said-
scored 59 points, they threw it 11 times.
He goes, that's old news, dude. That was his
Old
answer
news.
to
Old
it.
news, dude.
He got a head coaching job, too, didn't he? Go to
did.
South
Missouri State.
And then he started doing analysts for Missouri games, and he kept saying, quick as a hiccup.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then the broadcast would cut out.
Quick as a hiccup.
He said it about 4 times.
Doug, Dr. Ben is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and I think he wants to talk to Jackson Burkett. People want to call in now that Jackson and Chairman Kurt are leaving this show to join Courtney's show.
Man.
Yeah, bad news this morning, Dr. Ben.
Yeah. Well, I watched that Jailblazers Untold documentary the other night, and I wanted to see what Jackson thought of it. I thought it was pretty good. Remember, I'm from Portland. I grew up a Blazers fan.
Oh, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. The show was pretty good, but they left out one key piece,
What was that?
and that is the city of Portland did not like Paul Allen at all.
Why?
Well, because there's this rich billionaire coming down from Seattle and wants to build an arena, and he paid for all of it himself. He didn't want any city money out of him. And the former arena that the Blazers played in, the city owned and operated it. So when he comes down and says, "Hey, I want to build an arena. I don't want any tax dollars," the city, they want power, they want control. So they said, "No way, we want a piece of this action." So they kind of had it in for him all along the way. So they were actually looking for. So what I'm saying, they had a motive to want to antagonize the players and hurt the team, and that's what happened. The other interesting thing is that Colin Cowherd, he made he started out as a local. I don't know if he's from Portland or not, but he started out doing local sports radio there. And then through that Jailblazers thing, he parlayed that into a very successful ESPN career and then moved on from there. But I just think it was interesting they left out a big piece of it, which is that the city did not like did not like Paul Allen.
Maybe
the text inbox does not like you.
Wow.
We do not need a recap of the fat listener's Netflix habits. That's from Jugs in D.C. Are you heavy, Dr. Ben?
I'm happy and I'm in shape. I work out 5 days a week. So
How about that?
Fat.
Doug, this guy is live.
How chubby are you?
Well, I'm about 5'10", 175. I got a lot of muscle.
Oh, there you go.
Sounds cute.
Anything else, Dr. Ben? Jackson, did you had a chance to watch this?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
Is it on your list?
Watch it.
Yeah, it's like 70 minutes. It's not like crazy long documentary, right?
No, it's a good length. And my final thought was, I wish the Blues had about 10% of the Jailblazers' energy, because they had about 3 alpha dogs on that team. And one thing you could never say about them is that they were not. I mean, they were definitely competitive, and I always loved watching Rasheed because when he started out with a slow game, you were waiting for him to get his first tee, because after he got his first technical, then he would go off. And I still stand by the fact that Rasheed Wallace is one of the best big men to ever play the game. Tim Duncan could not handle him. He took Shaq out. I mean, Rasheed was always the man.
Jackson's got a problem with your take. I want to warn you right now, Dr. Ben.
20 over here.
I love Rasheed Wallace. I love Rasheed Wallace. Ball don't lie. But he's not even in the same. He's not even in the same conversation as Tim Duncan. Like not even in the same conversation.
Go watch some of those playoff games. Tim Duncan
go back and watch some of the
games. What are you doing later, Doug? You want to watch some Tim Duncan versus Rasheed Wallace?
4 or 5-time NBA champ.
But is it possible Tim Duncan is by far the better player, but struggled against Rasheed?
Sure. Yeah,
okay.
Rasheed
Maybe that might be
one of the best defenders down the post.
Dr. Ben might have been making that point that Rasheed could own a particular player, even though that player was way better.
And Zebo.
Well,
Zebo was really good at that team.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing with Rasheed. Tim didn't have to guard him in the post. Sheed would just take him out for the 3.
Yeah. That's fair.
Tim, remember that?
And that's part of
41 texts in one season.
He was jacking up threes. No, Rasheed was a lot more solid. He's been hurt by that image.
All right, we'll take your Blazer calls.
That's Dr. Ben with his thoughts on the Blazers from 20 years ago.
It is a great nickname.
I got Doug comparing Cooper Flagg to Larry Bird. I got Dr. Ben talking about Tim Duncan.
On Cooper Flagg.
Guys, we got to rein it in.
You can literally hear this guy's CPAP machine running in the background of his call.
Did I hear?
Steven time.
I feel like I heard heavy breathing. Was that just me?
He's 5'10", 175, and Doug's he's cute.
I believe him. Cute. I believe him. I just don't know if he was like running or something right before that. Martin, they always say don't run to the
set.
Yeah, never run to the
Dave
set.
Murray told me that years ago, and I'm like, whatever, old weather guy. And then I'd get out there. Cardinals are playing.
People think you're having a heart attack when you're.
And all that you did was you forgot your mic over at your desk, and you run back 10 feet, and you're winded.
when he was talking about Paul Allen wanting to build a building, we went through that here when Anheuser-Busch wanted to build an arena at the Couples Warehouse right across from Busch Stadium. And that fell through, mostly because the preservationists didn't want anyone to touch the Couples Warehouses because they were historic. But as I remember it, Anheuser-Busch was going to pay for the whole thing.
And what were they going to build?
An arena before they built the Savas Center, before they redid
So that was going to be like Kiel.
Yeah.
Looking for a blues home.
Yeah, but again, the city doesn't really want to pay for it, but they do want to control it. So it's a tough call for a city to say, sure, we'll just turn over all of our events to a private ownership group. But if they don't do that, then they've got to ask the taxpayers to come up with the money to build the place.
Despite his self-promotion of his own muscles and crappy basketball team, this guy sounds like a total beta who gets sent out for groceries while his wife has tennis lessons. Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I want to say I'm a big fan of Dr. Ben.
Is he a
Especially
total
because
beta?
he's cute?
Well, it's mostly because I believe his first call, he didn't know Martin's name, but knew his wife's name, and just
A little creepy.
Incredible. Incredible.
What sort of doctor is this fellow?
Do you remember he's like something like historical?
Roman history.
He is some historical.
Oh, okay. PhD.
Yeah, it's PhD. Yeah,
Not a medical doctor.
Not a medical doctor.
He
No,
studied
because
Roman
we
history.
workshopped it. What was it?
And then he called in for a job, right? A lot of doctors call into the show for a job.
Medieval history, maybe?
Yes, that's it. PhD in medieval history.
That's right, yeah.
Of course, he's a beta. He's from Portland. That's from Jugs in D.C.
Probably true. Yeah.
Jugs in D.C. says he is literally on I-95 right now. So keep your eyes out for Trey Mason. You can text in 314-399-9646. Call in, just like Dr. Ben. Obviously, the calls are always well received by the audience. 314-974-0101. Will Jeff Suppan be appearing on the program at 10 o'clock? We'll find out on the Polos Plus dossier in 2 hours. We do know Brad Thompson is going to be with us. And, Doug, if you are out and about this morning, Mike McGreevy is texted to let me know where he is playing golf. He is getting an 18 by himself right now. Jesus. And then he is meeting his teammates for another 18 early this afternoon.
All right, I want to know if any of the fellas that took yesterday off are golfing today.
Yes,
because
thank you.
I need you resting, fellas. I need everyone resting, Doug.
Okay.
No. So that's what's going on around St. Louis. Now you have been brought up to speed as we close out the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on the program. The Polos Plus dossier, Brad Thompson, probably Jeff Suppan, who has had a song written for him, but he didn't like that there was a boy band, and Chairman Kurt is now going to go to another artist to see if they will record it. You can email in on it for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We recommend you become a client as well. And many TMA listeners have started to work with Seth Goldcamp, and we are very grateful for you supporting the sponsors. That is what it is all about. And Design Air offers this. Take any headaches that come with having to make a call or going to designairservice.com when you have issues with your air conditioning or furnace during the cold weather months off your mind, because maintenance agreements are an effective and convenient way to keep your system running year after year after year after year. They take the pressure off of you as a homeowner, and Design Air contacts you to schedule your air conditioning tune-up and your furnace safety inspection and cleaning. You sign up, and then you can forget about it. That's the best way to do it. Like all their services, maintenance visits can be scheduled at designairservice.com. It's Design Air, sponsor of our Design Air email the day, coming your way at 9:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt leaving the show to move to Courtney's show on 106.5 The Arch, violating their non-competes. That'll be handled off air, but the song is now being played on 106.5 The Arch. Navy Caps on the road. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We'll have NFL Draft Day 1 coverage starting here at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
So, Doug, this is Jackson's favorite New Edition song. Now, he's wrong because it's Can You Stand the Rain and If It Isn't Love tied for first.
Okay.
But if you want to put this third, that's fine.
But he insists on playing it.
Yeah. Kind of infuriating.
Yeah.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. A lot of Cardinal discussion in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. NFL Draft gets underway this evening, and it's taking place in Pittsburgh. And Martin, we've got ourselves a little treat here.
I tell you, you walk up and down the hallways here at Hubbard Radio. ESPN is on all the monitors, and it's all about the NFL Draft. And I just keep seeing video. Number 4, Tim Muir, Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Yeah.
That's Jeremiyah Love, St. Louis kid, going to go real high in that first round tonight. His dad, Jason Love, on the line with us. How's Dad holding up here on draft day?
Martin, it was good, bro. Just nervous, not knowing where we're going to land. But just excited, bro, and nervous at the same time.
Do the agents have a clue? Do the teams at least have, like we all know Mendoza apparently is going first, but after that the Jets are number 2. Doug, you've got Arizona 3rd. I haven't seen your boards lately. Titans are 4th. Giants are 5th. We keep hearing Jeremiah is going to go top 5, but you really at this moment have no idea?
No idea, man. No idea. We just here to don't count the Jets out either, so we don't have an idea.
For the record, as of this morning, I mean literally an hour ago, ESPN has Jeremiyah Love going 3rd to the Cardinals. So, of course, Mendoza with the Raiders. But then, as you were just saying, the Jets could be in play. And then ESPN right now with Jeremiyah Love going to the Cardinals.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, that's what I saw that too, but that don't mean anything. That don't mean anything, man. They trading up. Hold on. It may be a little static for a second.
All right. What do we got going? We got an agent knocking on the door.
Yeah,
we got a deal being done.
How's everybody dressed?
He's got Nike calling on the other line, maybe. Under Armour.
Hold on. No. We're in the elevator going down.
I got you.
Stepped in here. Jeremiah just stepped in here with me. This Martin from CBC when we did it.
Martin from CBC, not Fox 2.
What about the 2 Fox?
Yeah. What about this program?
What are Dad's emotions, though? Thinking about all the practices when he was a little kid. I'm going full Frank here. What were the emotions today?
Hold on. They kind of. Hold on for a minute, Trey. Yeah. You got it. All right. What was the question again? Go ahead. I'm sorry, you guys.
No, you're all right. It's draft day. Things are chaotic, Tim. Remember being at Rams Park on draft day, a lot of moving parts. No, just the emotions for the whole family. To get to this moment after years of playing football as a young kid and the success at CBC, then Notre Dame. What are the emotions tonight?
Man, excitement, too. I mean, I know CBC's hosting a tailgate tonight. Well, not tailgate, but a draft party tonight. So they have over 100-plus guests attending that reserved it. We have a couple of friends back from the Collinsville Raiders. They having a get-together in Caseyville. So we got a lot of St. Louis folk there that's geared up and ready to support Jeremiah this evening. So everybody's excited. We're looking forward to the event. It's a red carpet event. We're going to be dressed to the nines, bro.
Nice.
And it's going to be all right, man.
At what point in his development as a player, as a kid growing up, did you have an idea that he might be able to be an NFL player at some point?
Man, you know what? We never saw it like that, man. We just worked hard every day. So it was just going to work every day. It was the ups and downs. And, when you look back, I really realized that, like, the last year of his senior high school years at CBC, that last state championship, man, he scored 5 touchdowns in that game and won that state championship. And I was like, oh, my goodness, it's actually possible to go to college. And we were still just trying to go to college for free, just get a scholarship. That was our expectation. That was our goal. And it's safe to say he superseded that boy. He knocked that out the park. So we just kept working, man. Every day we woke up, we were closer to this point. And now we're here, and it's he's still going forward, want to be one of the greatest that ever did it.
Tim, you would love this. Jason would tell me these stories. They're up in Notre Dame on the sidelines, and Jason's there. He goes, that's Tim Brown. Oh my, that's Joe Theismann. And Jason and Jeremiah's like, I've heard of those guys. And Dad's like, no, I remember those guys. Tell us all the experience being a dad, South Bend, that Notre Dame experience, especially the last couple of years when they were so good.
Yeah, man, to walk in the stadium, man, and just know that, the fans and the crowd is like cheering for your boy. And it's just that Notre Dame fan base, bro, and the staff at Notre Dame, man, is top tier excellence, man. I met Joe Montana, bro. I straight fanboyed him. So I introduced Jeremiah to Joe Montana, and Jeremiah didn't have the slightest idea who Joe Montana was.
Oh no!
It was just Jeremiah but that's how he takes it. He just walked through. He's just walking through, man, rubbing elbows with some of the greats that he really don't even have the slightest idea about. He got to know him as he went on, but that's how pure his game is, man. He wasn't a football guy at first. He wasn't watching. He didn't have anybody that he imitated. He was just doing that stuff off of what he felt while he was playing. So, but for me, it was just walking through the lure of all of those great Notre Dame alum, man. It was crazy, man. I met Bettis for my first time. I'm a Steelers fan, and I almost passed out when I met Bettis.
Oh, don't do that.
Ryan Clark, man, you talking about straight fanboy. That's what Notre Dame is to me, man, and to us. So
now Jeremiah must have gotten his athletic genes from somebody. Was it you? Were you a player back in the day?
Oh, man, I didn't play, but I had the gene, bro. So he came out of this. I made the man. Men make the boys, so I'm taking all the credit.
Yeah,
my wife don't kill me. Hey, it's like my wife was the athlete, though. She was the one. She was the basketball player and did a little track and stuff, so, yeah.
And
she's the athlete.
Jason Love, Jeremiah Love's father, is with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines with his son in Pittsburgh for the NFL draft tonight. So you are an Army veteran, and your wife was a St. Louis police sergeant. Am I correct on those?
Yeah, both of us are Army veterans and retired police officers.
And
she did. Yeah.
Oh, I was about to say, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was about to say, so many, not only, of course, the reviews on Jeremiah's talent are, it speaks for itself. He's going in the first round of the NFL draft. It's just a matter of how high, but also so many of the reviews when people talk about him, which has to make you super proud, Jason, is his character. And, athleticism and what comes out on the field, that's one thing. But also when you raise somebody who gets the reviews of being a high character thing, I would imagine that makes you incredibly proud as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we just, growing up, we both had, me and Mom had military background, police background. So we know we had a little kind of stricter rules and regulations, if you say that he had to abide by. All our kids had to abide by growing up. Nothing over the top, but with Jeremiah, it was just a constant reinforcement of, being right, making the right decisions, making the best decisions, making decisions that wouldn't hurt any other people, and just being a positive and productive person, just striving for excellence. So if you take that approach, we just took that approach every day, man. You take that approach every day, you'll end up in the right direction, bro. You'll end up in a positive position. Hopefully, that's the goal, But sometimes life happens.
But I see
his character, bro. His character is unmatched.
Yeah, he's projected to go second, third, fourth, something like that, and those total contract values this year will be about $50 million. So he'll make a little over $9 million a year. You're going to get a little piece of that. You're going to get a little 10%.
Man. We was never in it for the money, Martin. We was
That's
never
Doug from
in it for the
Kirkwood.
Hey, that sounds good. It sounds good, but yeah, it's just amazing, bro. Everybody got a new car except me. I'm still driving around in a beat up, Toyota Camry.
Not right. Not right.
Reverse yo.
We're going to invest in some car dealerships.
There you go.
Excuse me for cursing. We're going to invest in some, S&P and brick and mortar first. We ain't touching it. Try not to anyway.
It is life-changing money for an entire family, I'm sure. It's got to be almost surreal at this point for you.
Oh, man, it's unbelievable, bro. It's unbelievable. But we got to build industry with this money. So, ain't nobody going out and buying a couple of jets and houses and all that. No, we got to build industry. Come back to St. Louis, invest in the community. Try to create some businesses, some jobs, and then hire people. Put people in position to get some jobs, and then that's how they'll get the benefits of Jeremiyah.
Nice.
Creating positions for folks.
Nice. Well, it's been a great run. St. Louis kids going to the NFL. Zeke, just a little over a decade ago, was 4th overall to the Cowboys. Maybe Jeremiyah Love will top that draft tonight. You got Jamison Williams, Kyron Williams, all these guys playing at a high level at the league. It's a fun time. Jason Love, Jeremiyah Love's dad, the whole family's there in Pittsburgh. Dad, I know it's a little hectic there, and we appreciate you hopping on with us.
Yeah, Jeremiyah just blew past me, man. I tried to grab him, say a couple of words, but he was running a little late. We got to blame it on him.
Well, he's fast.
He blows by
fast.
everybody.
Yeah. We've seen that. We've seen that video. He just leaves everyone in the dust, including us.
Yep. All right. Thanks, you guys, man. We had to represent for St. Louis, Martin, and CBC alum, bro. So, hey, thank you guys. Thanks to St. Louis.
Thank you. Best of luck tonight to you and Jeremiyah and the whole family. Congratulations.
Yeah. Oh, but wait, hey, I got to throw East St. Louis in there, too, though.
Absolutely.
Thanks St. Louis and East St. Louis, bro. All right.
Thanks, Jason. That's Jeremiyah Love's father, Jason Love, with us live from Pittsburgh, where the NFL draft will be taking place here. You'll be able to listen to it on 101 ESPN coverage starting at 6 p.m.
He averaged almost 7 yards a carry for Notre Dame this last season.
I really would have liked to have seen them in the college football playoff, by the way. But I also understand that they had to make sure that the SEC championship game couldn't penalize people because of the clown show.
I love the fact guys our age would be up there, and we would be going, wow, Joe Montana, Jerome Bettis, like Tim Brown, the Notre Dame football alum, and the kids are like, who's that? And the dad's like, no, you don't understand. He straight fanboyed him. Jackson from Ladue.
Yeah.
Tim from the U-High.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
It was a little hectic, and the people, somebody even noted, where's Papers on the update? You were strategizing with the dad. He's getting on the elevator.
This is some behind-the-scenes logistics.
Yeah,
It's draft day one. It's his son's about to go in the top 5. I imagine it's extremely hectic. I get it.
Yeah, there was a lot of and even yesterday I said to Papers, we'll get him at some point.
Yeah, I'm not.
This show is fluid, Tim.
It always has been. Doug always comes in with a script for every day, and then we just get away from it really within the first about 5 seconds.
I wonder why he spends so much time typing it up.
Yeah. 15 years later. Just in case.
We had a clip of Scott Pingle as the CBC football coach, and Kevin Ryans was over the other day, and he said, when did you think Love could be special? He said, well, I walked in freshman. He's a freshman in the summer. I walked in, some kids dunking in the gym, and he goes, who's that? And they're like, he said, freshmen aren't usually in there just throwing down. Right. And he said, I knew this kid was special. So it's exciting for St. Louis, and there are a ton of kids that have made it to the league in recent years. It's pretty cool.
And he's only 6 feet tall, so dunking as a freshman, he must have some major hops.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if he would have been able to play at St. Gabriel. You think he could have played?
No. Let's not get carried away with this.
Thank you. Guys, if Jeremiyah drops to 6, he would look amazing in burgundy and gold in the backfield with Jaden Daniels. That's from Bearcats, who I guess is a Commanders fan. I don't know. Like I said, Mel Kiper and Field Yates with the Latest ESPN has him at 3. I guess I'd be surprised.
Doug, where do you have him going in your mock?
You just updated your mock draft.
My mock, yeah.
7:30.
I am going to the Cardinals at 3.
That could be worse things than making $9 million a year and living in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area.
Yeah.
Doug and I were talking before the show that we just missed the draft. It was such a big thing. We spent a lot of time on it around here back in the day. Rams Park, you'd load up on food. Doug, is that the only reason you went was the food?
It's one of the reasons, for sure.
Load up.
Yeah, it was out there all day.
Load it up.
We used to fret over who they're going to take in the 5th round, the 6th round. That was a major draft, Nick.
I miss those days.
Yeah, it certainly cut into the St. Louis. And I know there's a lot of people listening that are really into it. I mean, hell, ESPN had an on-screen countdown for the last 6 days. How many hours? That's a national thing, but I'm sure a lot of people locally that have fantasy teams really get into it, but it's not anywhere on par as what it used to be.
Yeah. Puts me in a bad place thinking about that. I just have to be honest. No, I'm not. This isn't saying let's not talk about it, but yeah, it's a significant thing, and it's a major loss for the area. There's no way around it. And say, well, get over it. That's fine. If you're over it, God bless. I'm not, but it's more from the standpoint of being, all three of us really outside of for our first 1 or 2 television jobs are lifelong St. Louisans, and therefore sports fans, just like I would imagine the majority of the people listening to the show are. And there's no way to BS your way through it. You lose the NFL, and it hurts the region, not just from a sports fan standpoint, but also from an economic standpoint. And it's incredibly unfortunate because this is a huge day in sports, and I think that this region would and did show that it would support a team. So it sucks. So yes, it puts me in a bad headspace. That is my moment of bad headspace, which is essentially every moment of my day.
And as greedy as the NFL can be, and just bastards a lot of times, and they don't care about cities and fan bases, that's been proven. They get a lot of things right, including the draft, moving it around.
Yeah.
Last year, Lambeau Field. Tonight, it's going to be at not Heinz Field, whatever it is now. It's Acrisure or something. But that they've turned it into. I mean, Detroit a couple of years ago, the visual on that, it's pretty cool what they've done with the draft.
Just jump on the Chiefs bandwagon like the rest of St. Louis did. That's from Mahomes' long body.
It's hard to do.
Quit crying, Tim. It happened years ago.
Hi.
Some Doug's Dungeon Dweller.
Okay. I saw where.
Here comes Suckboy Tony.
I guess the Heinz Corporation is headquartered in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And they're saying they're going to give a lifetime of Heinz ketchup to the guy who's the 57th pick in the draft.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Heinz 57. I think it's kind of a nice marketing touch.
By the way, Doug's Dungeon Dweller, who told Tim to quit crying earlier, wanted to know why his paper's so argumentative all the time. And I almost read that earlier just to see if he would argue about being argumentative, and I disagree. Jackson's a loving, NBA worshiping, Sports Center
you
updating.
and Dr. Ben, who sent in a picture of himself with his wife.
I feel like I'm pretty non-confrontational.
I agree.
Certainly in my actual life. I don't know to tell. Who is that from?
Doug's Dungeon Dweller, who told Tim to quit crying, earlier wanted to know why you were so argumentative.
Doug, I'm lactating. Thanks.
Oh, gosh.
Just somebody calls in with that quick.
Possible.
That's what I have to say.
Quick hitters. I think you're going to want to stick around here for this next segment. Like I said, I went to teasing camp, and I don't want to give any. I don't want to give any reasons. I'm going to tell you. I think it's going to be worth it. That's all I'm going to. It's intuition. We did the math on it, about 5,400 of these programs going back to 2004. My intuition is you'll be handsomely rewarded if you stick around. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. Go online right now. You can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. The website is igotfloored.com. Michael's passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to him. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Nice. What do you think, Doug?
Does this count as music? It doesn't, right?
It's Stingray.
I know who it is, but it doesn't count as music.
My time is now.
It's John Cena's birthday, so I figured if there was any time.
John Cena 51, you think, Doug? Willie McGee?
I don't know how old the guy is.
Show prep.
But why would this? Was that his entrance song or something?
Yes. Yeah. That was his song.
Yeah, that's how WrestleMania started. I show up again.
Wow.
He turns 49 today.
Oh, what then?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Sounds like you don't care.
No, well, not special.
Why'd we play that?
He's
Babes?
done well
John
for
Cena's
himself.
birthday today.
Oh, you said that. But that's his walk-in.
That's his, yeah.
I
true.
apologize. I'm way behind on my WWE research.
Yeah.
That's why Larry Nickel appears.
Yeah, that's the only intro song I know.
Well, the other reason he appears is if we meet his demands.
Yeah.
I deep teased that we've got a little treat here, and maybe now that maybe there's buildup that perhaps it's not worthy of. So now I feel badly about it because people are saying, Lisa Ann coming back to the show. There's theories. That's not what it is.
No.
I think it's a delight. Doug Joe Lenardi has just released his bracketology for next year's.
We don't know who all the players are yet.
Okay.
Like that doesn't matter?
But wait till you hear who Missouri and St. Louis University are playing in the first round of the tournament. And good news, they are both going to be playing in Kansas City.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
But is this the first 24, Jackson, or is
Don't
the
do this to
next
me.
52?
Don't do this to me.
Taking place in the Midwest Regional. 8-seed Missouri will be taking on 9-seed St. Louis University.
Oh, my God.
How about that, Jackson?
Here we come.
So when you do your local college basketball rankings, you'll just be able to say, we'll settle it on the floor on March 24th.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Couldn't one of us have just made that up?
What do you mean?
What are you saying?
That's what he did. They haven't had a practice yet.
It should be noted that Missouri would be the 8th seed, slew the 9.
Oh.
And that's based
you feel
on
like that's
what?
a win for you.
What is that based on?
Well, I think it's, it might be too early to tell, but I think, I think we're right in the thick of it in terms of college basketball.
Now, outside of Missouri against St. Louis University in the first round of the NCAA tournament, Doug, in a game that will be played right here in the Show Me State, the winner gets Michigan.
Get to Michigan.
And that means an opportunity, if the Billikens win, to avenge their loss in this year's tournament, when if Missouri wins, a chance to avenge their loss in the 2004 NIT.
Yeah, and what it really is the battle of the Block M. Winner takes the Block M.
That's correct.
For keeps.
But the NIT defeat 22 years ago is still bugging them?
Yeah.
The current players who weren't alive when this was going on?
That's a wound that festers.
Okay.
Now, should they get past Michigan, guess who's waiting for them?
Oh, could be anybody.
In Kansas City. Rock Chalk Jayhawk. I mean, the work that the committee has already done.
There's no point even convening.
And you'd have to think Kansas would be avenging their loss earlier in the season in Kansas City when Missouri takes them down in December.
Yeah, like Rocky 2.
Yeah, it'll be like Rocky 2.
And then should they get past Kansas, if it's Missouri, Miami is lurking to avenge this year's heartbreaker.
Yep. There's a lot of
None of this is true.
What?
None of it. It's all made up. He actually went through and made up an entire bracket, and he's deciding who's winning the games and who's losing the games.
You surprised at high points at 12?
Stunned.
How about Iowa being the last team in, but Dana
Can't
Altman
believe it.
and Oregon being the first team out? How do you like having a first team out? As we
Already.
said, in late April.
Papers, can you
of the year prior.
file some of this in Predictionary because we'll probably forget by next March?
Yeah.
Missouri, St. Louis University, 8-9 matchup. Getting ready to take on Michigan.
I'm screenshotting it right now so that we will have it for posterity.
Boy, Porter Mosier isn't going to get in. But I don't know what the field's going to be because they're ranked 70th. And so theoretically, if they do expand a tournament field, then they would get in at a tournament.
Right.
Would Porter Mosier be out if he doesn't go back to the tournament?
Yes.
You think he would be?
Yes.
So now he's got to be pissed after seeing this morning.
Yes. If it's evident they're not making the tournament, like in late February, early March, I do not believe Porter Mosier will last.
So Jackson has just announced. That could be your Sports Center update.
Could be when I'm scrambling.
Now you sit there and you say, well, Dilladoy made a Final Four. Where are they? A 2 seed. I wonder if that will be reason for some bulletin board material for Brad Underwood. Hey, we were in the Final Four. Now we're a 2 seed taking on Navy, and we got to play North Carolina in the second round?
Oh, another revenge game.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the committee, that's what the committee's doing with this bracket.
I think you call the players in today and say, I know you guys are already hearing about this, and it's upsetting. I understand that here in April. Let's try and use it as motivation.
Yeah, and if you look at the next 4 out, Martin, the homegrown hero, Shaka Smart and Marquette, are in that next 4 out.
So we're at least better next year.
Yeah, that would
we're
be.
at least in the mix?
Yeah,
Okay,
that would
progress.
be improvement.
In the mix, but officially out. Marquette ranked 73rd.
So, well, it's early. We got some work to do.
They will be out, but Missouri will be taking on St. Louis University per Joe Lunardi in the first round of the NCAA tournament, Doug. Okay. The Bracketology hot off the presses this morning, and Joe Lunardi has done it again. 2027 NCAA tournament field is set.
It's not set. It'll change by next Tuesday.
I know what you're talking about.
Mizzou with the number 1 ranked incoming players and portal team will be an 8 seed. That'd be a disappointment. That's from Evil Calvin.
We'll see. We'll see how the season shakes out.
Kind of unfair to Tim because there's a field of 76, but who gets the OVC bid? Did our Cougars of SIUE get back in?
No, it's a great question.
Is it Lindenwood? Is it SEMO? We've got a lot of regional type teams in that Ohio Valley Conference. There'll probably be a 16 seed.
No, Martin, unless I don't know who's in that conference, which is very live.
Would that be Austin P?
I don't see him in there.
Yeah, it could be Austin P.
It looks like it would be Austin P.
I think. Should know.
The fly's open. Go P.
Doug, you ever use
Austin P's a 14 seed.
Yeah.
So they must have some special things going on.
I don't know.
And they'll have to take on the Cavaliers. We'll have Chris Long on to break that down.
They're in the A's Sun now.
Okay, they moved.
They moved. So still stand by. Where does Arkansas State play?
Jonesboro, Dry County.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Arkansas State.
Dry County.
You're really researching this to see who's getting into this.
No, they're in the Sun Belt.
Well, now that we
bracket
know that
that he's
St. Louis
made up.
University in Missouri.
We don't know anything.
Well, Doug, we're trying to get all of our teams in.
We'll put that Merrimack team. Where are they at? ETSU? Is that East Tennessee?
That might be it.
Okay.
Are they in?
They're in. They're in as a 14.
Okay. I think that's it,
Okay.
but I'm not positive.
Martin, look at the bright side. If Marquette can win one of the 32 games they have yet to play, they're in the tournament. That's from Captain Turnover. Think about that. Because if they're sitting at 73 and they win one more game, they probably get into the field. That's what Joe Lunardi is able to do.
He's not able to do any of this. He's just a goober sitting down at his computer.
Friend of the show.
Making
Surprise
up
guest,
stuff.
sir.
Oh, my God.
Surprise guest, sir.
He's making stuff up.
It's Tennessee State, by the way. Tennessee State would be your Ohio Valley
That's who's in.
representative.
Okay, because we wanted SEMO, we wanted SIUE or Lindenwood to get that bid, but unfortunately, Doug, the local teams didn't get in because Tennessee
But we
State.
don't know. This is all just fantasy nonsense.
It'll be great when SLU puts the final nail in the Dennis Gates coffin when he loses in the first round again. I look forward to watching Jackson rip off his laser cap in anger on YouTube again. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Did you ever do that?
No, that guy doesn't even watch basketball.
But did you rip off the laser cap?
No. Well, you'd be surprised, Doug. Sometimes what comes on the text line is poppycock.
Just like this bracket.
Earlier, when you said that your shower at your new pad has great flow to it.
Oh, yeah, it's standing.
Somebody said, how did you not check that and take a shower during the walkthrough? I'm like, is that standard?
No, I think someone who'd be showing you the apartment would be a little perturbed if you were to turn on the shower.
Back. I'm going to take a quick shower.
If you were buying a house, maybe.
I don't think you have to take the shower, but you could check the water pressure.
Said, didn't you take a shower during the walkthrough?
Give me a moment. I brought my own bathrobe.
Toiletries.
I did say I'm interested in the truck stop shower, so in that fairness, in fairness to that guy.
Kind of your thing.
Yeah.
I am available at 10 to discuss Illinois being a 2 seed. That's from Illini Lance. 10 o'clock is a hot time right now in this program. It tends to be Jeff Suppan's time. Will it be 7 straight days today, Doug? We're going to get to the bottom of this getaway day lineup thing. Derek Gould covered it in the Post-Dispatch this morning. Brad Thompson will be with us. Probably Jeff Suppan will be with us. We're going to figure this thing out. Because when those gentlemen won a world championship together, they didn't trot out a lot of these lineups that we have seen twice so far in the small sample size that we have in the Cardinal season. Doug, about 16% of the way through, 17% of the way through the season, we've seen two lineups that had, about 2% chance of winning. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the TMA STL YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And today it is going to be glorious in St. Louis. I don't see a cloud in the sky, Doug, and I think the temperature is going to be in the upper 70s, low 80s. A wonderful day to get out and enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Oh, Village Bar would be spectacular today for a little lunch, happy hour, meeting friends, taking the family up there, turning on the NFL draft, watch it live there. The games are always on. Cardinal games will be on all weekend long. You know that about Village Bar, having a cheeseburger. Join the wings. Also, 1879. Those products are made in back at the barn, and they have that cool general store that is part of the Village Bar. It's the blue building. Just to the east, they're facing Manchester. It's a great spot with the tasting room open on Saturdays. It's a little bit of a gift shop as well with merchandise for the Village Bar for $18.79. You can buy a product there. Get yourself a Red Barn vodka bottle to go. And this summer, going to open it up. More hours available. Look for it with the general store, all part of the Village Bar experience there with the barn and back making these award-winning spirits, great food inside, and then that tasting room, speakeasy, all part of the layout there. More information coming your way when it's open. I can't wait to bring you those hours all summer long when you can sit outside in a little patio right in front. It's a great spot. Find out more at 1879distilling.com.
No, I can't do the show now. If I hear this, blow, Johnny, blow.
I had to get some hot chocolate, try to warm up a little bit.
How's it working?
It's working. It's working.
And for those watching on the YouTube,
Martin is not paying tribute to a longshoreman.
I've got a knit cap on. Papers warned us at about 6:30 that it's
said to bring a shawl. Did you bring a shawl?
A wrap, yeah.
A wrap.
I'm in too thin a garment here.
Whew, it's chilly in here. That's why we're all bundled up.
Yes. But
Tim thinks that Hubbard is trying to freeze us out to get rid of us.
Smoke us out of our holes.
Once and for all.
With cold. The studio heat is out. We'll battle through. And I think that's one of the things that's always been so inspirational about us is how kind of meat and potatoes we are, you know?
We just keep plugging away.
Yeah, that's the thing. Clock in early, leave late. First guys in the building, last ones to leave, assuming that the first guy in the building's here at 6:59:30.
Throw a hurdle in our way, we'll jump over it.
I don't know how you guys handle your podcasting. I podcast like the Dickens, a variety of podcasts, and I would like to give you recommended listening / viewing, and that is Ice Guardians. It is great stuff. If I'm sitting at home and working to put it on, it's Kelly Chase and Brett Hall, and it's outstanding entertainment. And the stories are just, it's a free-for-all. And this one, you guys may have heard it before, but here is Brett Hall, who's always been unfiltered. Doug, he didn't like the ice at practice.
No, the ice sucks. That's what he used to always say.
The game sucks.
But here he is on when they were talking about trading Chaser to the Canadiens.
The day they traded me to Montreal, we're at Algonquin golfing. I've got into it with the coach. I should have shut my mouth. I feel like I'm getting traded because I was out of line. Oh, he's like, you're not getting traded. Get on the cart. And I said, dude, I just got called. I said, Suze, did I get traded? And you just kept saying, you just should come down here. And I said, Suze, did I get traded? You should just come down here. You have to come down here. I'll come back and get you after I see what they want. You're not getting traded. I'm on my way. I call you. I'm like, Suze, did I get traded? You went, yes. And I said, where? Montreal. And I go, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. I go, I love the whole mystique of Montreal, but I didn't want to leave St. Louis. I go, I gotta go, bud. They traded me to Montreal. Oh yeah, good one. I get in the car and leave to go downtown. I get downtown and Mr. Caron goes, you're lucky. Serge Savard is my buddy and he tell me that we can nullify the trade and you're lucky because I don't know what the hell you're doing talking like that and trying to beat up the coach. But your buddy called me and he tell me that if you go to Montreal, he's going with you, and we can't have that. No, you better get downstairs and apologize to the coach. He was our assistant.
Bob Barry.
That's who you almost killed.
Yeah.
You do a pretty good Ron Caron.
Yeah.
You got that right.
I love Mr. Caron. I just wish he didn't think his job was to just trade people. First job is to build a championship. He lived for that trade deadline day.
He did.
Oh, my God, he lived for it.
I get back to the golf course, and Holly goes, see? I told you weren't going anywhere. You could have played the back nine.
Could have played the. So Hull says, if you're trading him, then I'm going with them. And they're like, well, okay, we won't do that.
It's outstanding.
Susie Matthew, longtime PR executive.
That was a great episode, by the way. Guys just come in there, and obviously Susie comes in there, and they just tell these stories. And if you're a Blues fan, you don't even have to be a Blues fan, though. It's kind of like the Spit and Chicklets thing. You don't have to necessarily be a hardcore hockey fan. It's just entertainment. And when you get these guys talking and telling stories, and hockey guys are the best, man. I don't know why. Just the way that it is, and especially those two guys.
When the best is Chaser knows everybody.
Yeah.
But if you don't know somebody, he's incredulous. He's like, what? Right over there. Jimmy Vesey. And I said, I'm sorry. He goes, he played with, I'm like, he gets mad. Did you see The Departed? That was his freaking brother. And I'm like, okay, I don't remember. Jimmy, get over here, Martin. And I'm like, and then it gets really awkward. I'm like, hey, loved you in The Departed. He wasn't in The Departed. He starts screaming at me.
Doug, the Cardinals lost yesterday, and it has been a focal point on the presentation, in particular our healthcare evolution. 7 o'clock hour, Brad Thompson will be with us at about 9:50 on the polosplus.com dossier. Very good chance that Jeff Suppan will be with us based on what has been the last 6 shows. Now, here in St. Louis, we should be grateful we're not in Queens because the Mets just got their first win in a couple of weeks yesterday. They're not happy in New York.
Why not?
Take a listen. Here is Craig Carton and Chris McGonigal. Jackson there on WFAN?
Yes.
All right, take a listen.
Your owner has gone into hiding, and I'm saying it. Because at some point, if you want to be a wise ass on Twitter and you want to attack the fan base, I gave out free tickets. Only 48% of the people use those tickets. You essentially F you to the fans. And then after they lose that first game to the Dodgers, and he's in the building for it, hey, I see some positive developments here. Green shoots in the finance world, right?
Yeah.
And then you lose the next 2, then you lose the next 3 after that. And the owner's now officially gone into hiding like a turtle.
All he's done is build a lousy team with a ton of money and scold the fan base every chance he gets. And and outside of that, he's done nothing.
I would give David Stearns a little advice because maybe things are different in Milwaukee than they are here in New York. I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see you smiling and be swarming in a dugout before a game.
I know.
That would, if I'm a diehard Met fan and I got my general manager who's put together a garbage team thus far this year, sitting in the dugout smiling like you're the smartest dude in America when it comes to baseball, that would tick me off if I'm a fan.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing to be smiling about. You've done something that's impossible to do. Lose 11 consecutive games. Like, that ain't easy.
It's not easy.
This franchise, as bad as people think it's been, hasn't done it in 22 years. And that's on your resume. You're the guy that built the team that lost 11 straight games, and you're sitting there smiling from ear to ear. You're telling us the manager gets your vote of confidence. Well, you don't have our vote of confidence.
I like chime-in guy. Whoever chime-in guy with like, yeah, no doubt.
Hype
man.
Yep, no doubt.
But it sounded like they were mad at the owner, too. How could you be mad at the owner who shelled out more money than any other owner in the entire league?
I share your take on that. I mean, what could you be mad at him about?
He's the one who should be mad, the owner.
God almighty.
But he must have said something that referenced the fan base. I don't know, but that's what they seem to be.
I think he gets cutesy in the offseason on Twitter when he's spending money and like kind of dunking on other teams who might be bidding on other guys. And then when it comes time, like when they're losing 11 in a row, he's not as cute on Twitter, I believe.
Well, I mean, if you had a choice of an owner spending money and being cute on Twitter and in taking on losses, by the way, that he's not running this as a profitable business, so God bless him. It's just his passion project. It's his legacy, and I think he's going to be able to afford it, so that's why he does it, versus somebody, and take your pick of about 10 who are just going, okay, the economic structure is ridiculous and we're just not really going to put anybody out there. I would take the guy who gets cute on Twitter. And I like cute guys on Twitter. I said it.
You always
I don't
have.
care. Thank you.
See every QFTA.
Say every QFTA. You can give your thoughts at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You are welcome to call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, would you have a moment to share your thoughts on Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Love Design Air, and want to tell you too about maintenance plans. There's some things you can do to make sure that HVAC unit is working year-round. Our friends at Design Air not only get out there when you need a replacement or a repair, they can be there on the regular. Is that what the kids say, Jackson? They say on the regular?
Yeah.
Do that with a special maintenance plan. Sign up for that. That way, everything's updated before summer begins. You get things serviced, checked out. Same with winter, with the furnace. Do that year-round. DesignairService.com, longest-running sponsor of TMA. They bring you the email of the day. We've all worked directly with them, and there is a difference when you have employees not only good at their job, but also enjoy working at Designer. It's a great team that Seth has assembled. We're not going on the air complaining like those Mets guys, because this is a great owner.
Yeah.
Everyone there getting the job done, and they're happy for all your HVAC needs year-round. And also, get that service plan. You'll be happy you did. It's designerservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email today, coming up on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. Brad Thompson going to join us as well, probably Jeff Suppan. If I had to guess, that's all coming your way on TMA. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, broadcasting from the Stifel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
If you need a vehicle and you're just not sure what you can get approved for, there is a site to go to, and that is autoloanpro.com. Find out there what vehicles are available. Great listing of vehicles on the website there. Then what they'll do is get you into that car with little to no money down. Doesn't matter what the situation, no matter what the circumstance, they find that car for you, fit it within your budget, and make sure you get a great rate. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders. It's a great site, part of the Lita family. Special rates for you, no matter what your circumstance. And financing a car can be a little frustrating, can give you a little bit of a headache, especially if there's been a hiccup. But you're working with a pro. That's all you need to know. Autoloanpro.com. Cars available right there on the site. Find out what you can afford, and then the next time around, maybe even something else. And you can do that by learning how the credit industry works. They put together a free playbook for you. So this one website has all of that right there. The cars, the financing, and the free playbook. Find out more at autoloanpro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Thunder defeat the Suns last night, 120-107. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with 37 points and 9 assists. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, we have a request here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Can you guys put a picture of Tim up on YouTube during the breaks to help pass the time? Or maybe just videos of him getting work in on the driving range.
Major Lemmy play.
It's from the birthday hawk. Is that something, Jackson, that you can do?
We can work on that. Yeah.
Was it that family golf last night? Do you hear about it?
No, I didn't. Big miss for me, I'm sure.
Were you live on Twitch or anything?
Yeah, I stream it. I, at this point now, have paparazzi following me around. They'll follow me from the stairs of my basement to upstairs when I go to bed, and then back downstairs in the morning.
But you act like you're really upset by this, even though you called them and told them to be there.
That's a shot at the TMZ business model when they get stars out on the streets, Doug.
Yeah, but maybe it's like
have called them, or their publicists, more accurately, have called them.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on TMZ this morning, because I see that the New York Post has more images, Martin, of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they just published those on page 6.
See, Vrabel says he's going into counseling now.
Yes, he is. He is not going to be there for the Patriots' day 3 of the NFL draft. We were joined by Jeremiyah Love's father in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hours there in Pittsburgh, as Jeremiyah will be drafted somewhere early in the first round. But early this morning, ESPN's Mike Reese with this story. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel will not be with the team for the 3rd day of the NFL draft on Saturday. Quote, "As I said the other day, I promised my family, this organization, and this team that I was going to give them the best version of me that I can possibly give them. In order to do so, I have committed to seeking counseling starting this weekend." He said, "This is something that I have given a lot of thought to, and is something I would advise a player to do if I was counseling them. I have always wanted to lead by example, and I believe this is what I have to do to be the best husband, father, and coach that I possibly can be. This is not an easy thing for me to admit, but it is one that I know will make me a better person. I appreciate the support that everyone's given me and promise a stronger resolve as a result." So that statement this morning.
But he never really cleared it all up.
What kind of counseling do you get?
Well, I mean, I would imagine if then it's obviously speculative, but it could be marital counseling.
I guess.
He's been married for, 25 years?
Yeah.
Right?
I guess he and his wife would have to go in for that, probably.
So you address the team.
Could maybe go to like a resort in Arizona.
Get some time away.
That didn't go well.
Hey, Coach, where are you going? Don't, whatever you do, and it's what's called like an adults only.
Yeah.
Oh, like hedonism.
Hedonism, too. Yeah.
The place where they were spotted was an adults only resort.
But
Coach,
it wasn't hedonism.
No, it was not hedonism. That would be tough.
But what always, the part that doesn't sit well, even and with Diana Rossini, was like she was kind of outraged at sort of the accusations, and then it slowly kind of comes out like something doesn't add up. There isn't a flat out denial at this point. But at the time, it's kind of like everyone is judging me. You don't understand, and then it just kind of slowly evolves into it's kind of what everybody thought it was, seemingly, allegedly.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't resign if it wasn't true.
And even Vrabel, if nothing was going on, you would come out forcefully again. but instead it's a little more vague, and then it's time off. He'll miss the third round, Doug.
Just the third.
So, yeah. So, the day 3 of the draft. Right?
Marital counseling's for quitters. That's from the SEMO Indians.
Well, I think it's for people trying not to quit, right?
SEMO Indians, you can follow up by calling in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Sharon in Clayton says, counseling, a.k.a. team ordering a temporary absence until the next scandal comes along to take the heat off this one. Give me a break. Doug, that's Sharon in Clayton.
Okay.
She doesn't like the counseling.
No, she didn't care for
God,
it.
they had to think in that building. Well, we all those years with Belichick, it wasn't exactly pleasant. Now we got this Mike Vrabel. Seems like a great coach, great guy. Whoo, finally some normalcy here in Foxborough. Yeah, not so much.
Are there counseling sessions for how to keep your junk in your pants? It's from Sharon and Clayton. Really down on this counseling now.
I guess you got to say you're doing something. You can't just say, I'm sorry, and be done with it. So they say, I'm sorry, I'm going to counseling.
Beer Cat says Sharon nailed it. Beer Cats and Sharon and Clayton in alliance.
He was underneath, and I was underneath doing it with him.
Oh, what? No, counseling has great value, but I think in this case they're using that term loosely without to Doug's question, what is he getting counseling for? Don't go to the first day. Don't go to an adults-only resort with Diana Rossini. Next topic. That's our first topic.
Doug, was it David Duchovny who had an affair that became public? And was he married to Taya Leone? You might know her from Family Man with Nicolas Cage. Am I right on that? Was it Family Man, Jackson, 1999?
Yeah. Tia Leone and him were married from the years 1997 to 2014.
And he went into counseling and rehab in 2008 when he had the affair for compulsive obsession with sex. So there's rehab for sex addiction.
Okay.
Well, SEMO Indian says, go to the bar, be a man.
Drown your sorrows.
I don't know that I buy the excuse.
Go to the bar, be a man.
I have sexual addiction. I don't know that I buy that. I think that's making yourself the victim.
David Duchovny, I want you above me. That's from the Southside season ticket holders. Yeah, this guy bought season tickets to watch my fantasy team play.
Really?
It was a song, right? A really popular song.
First, I'm a sex addict.
There you go, Doug. There's another example. Was that Duchovny?
Right. Was that an NFL draft pick? Introduced by the commissioner.
Some guy named Rose.
Endearing himself to the new fan base.
Taking the microphone, because it's not like you give a speech after you get drafted.
Doug, Leone was in a league of their own also. That's from Jackson's Boogie Board.
What do you think about that?
Taya Leone was in a league of their own? You all right?
She was
I don't
certainly
remember her.
in the third Jurassic Park.
Doug, Rosie O'Donnell was in there with Madonna. And, of course, Gina Davis and Tom Hank.
Right. She was in a league of their own.
Yep. All right.
Yep. Shot in Evansville, Indiana. Part of it, at least.
John Lovitz was in that picture.
That's correct.
As was my mother. She's an extra in the back, but she's there.
Could you see her?
Sure.
What was she doing?
She's sitting there in the stands, watching the game.
Fans in the stands.
Was she in Evansville at the time?
She had a friend in Evansville. Yeah. So she was visiting a friend, and they were like, oh, you can be an extra in this movie. Okay. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have a talking part. That's from Jackson's Boogie Board.
Talking about Taya Leone.
Correct.
It's she doesn't even get a character name.
Taya Leone doesn't?
Racine, first base.
Wow. So this Jackson's Boogie Board really knows his stuff regarding Taya Leone, who David Duchovny had an affair with and then announced that he was a sex addict and went into rehab.
All right. So that gives you a free pass? Can't help myself, of course. Not my fault. Sure.
So that's the move?
I guess that's what they're doing.
Was your only addiction Diet Coke?
Well, I got
journalism.
Journalism. Yeah, it's obvious. Diet Mountain Dew for a while there, too.
Oh, that's a good one. Diet Dr. Pepper. Ooh, really strong.
You like that more than the Diet Coke?
Oh, yeah.
Is that right?
Rank your diet drinks, Doug. Diet Dr. Pepper for me, number one.
Okay.
I drink a lot of Diet Coke, but the taste at Diet Mountain Dew is pretty tasty.
The Coke Zero Sugar is pretty solid.
But I don't drink soda very often.
The first time I tried Diet Dr. Pepper, I thought I was drinking gasoline. It was so bad. But then
Because it tasted bad?
Yeah, but then after you have it for a while, it's not bad. I'd put it third behind Diet Coke and Diet Mountain Dew, though.
Okay. Rank your diet soda drinks. You know what's making a comeback? That Mr. Pibb is you notice that? There's like a marketing splash, right? Have you noticed that, Pibb? Because Dr. Pepper is so big.
Looks like they rebranded.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they used to be
that.
Pibb Extra. That was a former rebrand. Now they've rebranded back to Mr. Pibb.
What the hell, Doug? You don't believe that an addiction is a disease? An addiction comes in many different ways. I guess you don't believe that addiction exists, do you, Doug? That's from Andy Pants.
Oh, I think that's just an excuse to get out of the trouble you're in.
David Duchovny's sex rehab?
Yeah, it's an excuse. I'm a victim.
Where that tushy boot? Hey.
And that was on the 5th hole, I believe. Guys, Taya Leone's now married to Tim Daly from The Sopranos. That's from the Fluffernutters fan page moderator.
That is correct.
And what role did he play in The Sopranos?
Tim Daly.
Is that the guy from Wings?
Yeah.
He's been in a million things.
Yeah, he's in Sopranos. Let's see. He was, J.T. Dolan. He plays the screenwriter friend of Christopher Moltisanti.
Ah, that's right.
Who has I'm not going to spoil it.
Thank you. There was almost a spoiler alert there, Doug and Jackson.
Yes.
When was that last episode? 08?
07.
07, June of 07.
Yeah, 07.
Nearly 2 decades old.
Yeah, he's been in he was in Diner. That's right. I love Diner.
Daniel Stern, Mickey Rourke.
Yeah, Barry Levinson movie.
Gutenberg, maybe?
Yeah, Steve Gutenberg.
This is the fattest conversation I've ever heard. That's from Mr. Nipples.
The fattest. Was that with a PH or just F?
F.
No.
The PH fat is kind of,
Passe?
Yeah, it's a little antiquated now.
Okay. Well, sorry to even bring it up.
No, that's cool.
Hey, Doug, come up to Drug Church and I'll show you some ice heads that might change your mind. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville in Webster Groves.
Ice heads? I'm not saying people aren't addicted to drugs or alcohol, but I'm saying when you say, I'm addicted to sex, that's why I had an affair. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that.
Does Pondoff welcome the congregation every week? Welcome, parishioners, fellow believers, and ice heads.
He sent me a picture last night. Him, Chairman Kurt, and Cam Jansen was there.
And your script there, Martin's not far off.
Okay. I'm going to see Cam Jansen today at the Two Fox.
Oh, yeah? What's going on with Cammy
We're
Nunu?
just talk some hockey, talk some blues, fill some time. Talk some hockey, talk some blues.
I love that Cam Jansen. Instant energy.
I know. I texted him, and then he just called. He's like, hey, bro, what do you want to do? And
So good.
He lives out west. I said, you want me to come to you? He goes, are we going to go on the river and do some fishing or something? I said, well, no, we're going to talk about the Blues season. He goes, well, I'll just come to the studio.
You were out on the floor with Kellen Thames. Maybe he thought he was going to get
poking. Oh, you wanted some action. You think?
I was disappointed I didn't see you take a jumper.
I did off air.
Okay.
Didn't go in. But that Kellen Thames, I said, I got to do this little video for work. And I said, what do you want me to do? I said, he was in street clothes. He just came from class. I said, you just dunk it. Oh, yeah. Just chucks it off the backboard.
Yeah.
It's like a foot above the rim.
Yeah. 1-2 step.
What a great kid.
Sharon and Clayton is active now. All the zero drinks are far superior to the diet ones, and I agree with Doug. Addiction's an excuse. It's from Sharon and Clayton.
Okay. Wise woman.
I had sex and now Dad is dead.
See, that's what happens.
Dead.
But hey, I was addicted.
Know a little more.
I couldn't help it. I was addicted. Okay.
Andy Pants says, okay, Doug, I'll give you a pass on this. Your explanation makes sense. I think David Duchovny had bad timing on his comment.
Okay.
Guys, I'm a sex addict is the ultimate trump card when arguing with your wife. You receive empathy and forgiveness. That's from the Warson Witwack.
Poor you. Oh, how you've suffered. How you even get up and put one foot in front of the other day after day with a sexual addiction. I don't know. You poor, poor thing.
Let me tell you, there was some coitus.
It's Charlie Marlowe.
I hope that was not a Two Fox excerpt.
Charlie, it's like Woody Guthrie. There's a song for any occasion.
He doesn't need to be here.
No.
I would love Chuck to come in the studio. But he really doesn't need to.
Tim's AM protein drink, which I am about to go get, is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, Iggy is Taya Leone on Mr. Skin. So it looks like Iggy's holding court in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Definitely straight to the web interview, for sure.
He's had Taya Leone on?
He can speak. I don't want to speak for our friend Iggy, but I believe that is the case. And if he hasn't someone in Teo Leone's stratosphere is someone who would have been on Straight to the Web.
Doug Sean is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he wants to know who is on Mr. Skin. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, guys. First time, long time.
Welcome to the show.
From Chicago. Yeah. You guys keep me grounded. I'm in the suburbs of Chicago, and you guys keep me grounded for a decade or so through COVID and everything. And so, just first of all, on that, thank you so much.
Hey, Chicago, Sean. How about that? Are you in Oak Lawn, Oak Park, Oak Brook? Which Oak are you in?
Close to Oak Brook. I'm in LaGrange Park, so very close to all those. Yeah. And God, I mean, thank you so much for bringing Iggy back. It's the best comedy in the world.
God bless America. Doug, the show starts on Monday.
And then you guys are off Tuesday.
I was literally texting. Sean, we'll get to you. I won't forget. I apologize. But we were handling logistics. I was communicating with Wes Edwards at the Missouri Tiger Quarterback Club, where TMA will be on Tuesday. We scheduled this months ago, and then we're launching this new show on Monday, and that'll go 11 to 12. You'll be able to watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel and 105.7 HD2. And I'm like, oh, God, we have this commitment. So we're going to have to workshop that. But, yes, we will be debuting a new show, and Ken Iggy Strode makes a glorious return from 11 to noon. So, yes. Go ahead, Sean.
It is truly the greatest thing ever. I mean, unbelievable. He is the greatest comedy ever. But the reason I was calling, besides all this, is just a long time. I don't know if he was a long-time listener, but a great St. Louisan of Mary Queen of Peace, Kirkwood alum, died like 2 days ago at 48 and with a lot of kids and family. Brian Adcock, he was just an awesome guy. I know him my whole life, and he became a lighting director for a Grateful Dead cover band called Dark Star Orchestra, and I would see him at shows all the time, and it's just like an amazing person I knew since kindergarten, and just wanted to put it out there. You know, if anybody hears that or knew him or all this stuff.
I apologize. I want to follow up on this. First off, I'm very sorry for your loss, Sean. Brian Edcott, is that the name?
Yeah, Adcott.
Adcott, okay.
Adcott, yeah.
Martin, this is from your turf, Mary Queen of Peace. Are you familiar with them?
Are you an MQP alum, Sean?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay.
MQP, SLU, Glendale. Yep, I'm all the things. Mizzou.
Well, congratulations on your wealth.
Yeah. Well, yeah, not too bad.
No, well, that's the gift that happens, Doug, when you wear that white tuxedo.
Well, I don't know.
Just tell me how it works.
The white tux. And Doug, you're an idiot.
Oh, son of a sack ass.
Nowhere.
Put it down.
Your comment, the comments that you can't have a sex addiction. Give me a break. I mean, give me a break.
I don't think that's an excuse. Okay, you're attracted to some people of the opposite sex or the same sex. Oh, no, you poor thing.
Addictions. I have had addictions to gambling and alcohol and weed, and I can see how it could go to sex. So,
if you're weak-minded, if you don't have a backbone.
Oh, I'm weak-minded. Yeah, that's exactly
for a sex addiction. Yeah, you'd have to have no willpower, no self-discipline. Well. How can you give yourself that excuse just by saying, "Oh, I'm addicted. I like girls, so you leave me alone. Anything I do is okay."
I think addiction is a deep problem. That's not why I call it.
What is your line of work? I'm just curious.
Marketing. Marketing.
Yeah.
Because your friend was in the lighting side of the band, so I just thought maybe it was something concert related.
I am
Marketing.
Right there.
I am into music sponsorship stuff like Coachella and like that kind of stuff.
Were you out at Coachella?
I was there a few days before it, but I didn't need to see any of those shows.
Yeah, I see. I didn't need to hear that. You didn't want to see Sabrina Carpenter and Madonna do. Didn't really get you. Would there be anybody who was on the list that would have gotten you going?
I think there was some at Stagecoach, which is like the country one this weekend, but. No, I'm more of a goose-ish jam band kind of.
Got it.
That's the weed. There is a texter, though. Some support here. The Adcock family is beloved. I grew up with the St. Gerard subset. Sending them lots of love. Brian was too young from the 314.
48 years old, man. That's brutal.
Yeah, and we lost another good MQP guy last year at this age, so we got to stop that. So, yeah, just a great guy. And I just, truly the happiness that this show provides is just huge. So I know it's so dumb, and we talk about so many dumb things, or you guys do. But I'm on I'm on the YouTube thing. It's like all the ways that you have it. It's like bringing this weird community in is really cool.
Well, that's very kind of you to say, Sean. Sorry for your loss. Thank you for the phone call. And our thoughts are with all of Brian's friends. We appreciate it, man. Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy, brother. That's Sean calling in here on TMA. Yeah, I'm looking up. I see the obituary. I am not familiar with him, but and I guess he'd be about a handful of years younger than you. There is a GoFundMe, I see, that there is $19,400 raised for his family. He passed away on April 19th. So I don't know the background on him, but it sounds like a number of our listeners are familiar with the gentleman. So appreciate Sean's phone call and our condolences to the family and the friends of Brian. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. You're welcome to text in, you're welcome to call in, and you're welcome to email in. We'll have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up, Brad Thompson and probably Jeff Suppan as well on the Polos Plus dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Well, I just had Roof Restore work at my home, and man, oh man, what a revelation that process is. Go to notanewroof.com. It is a world changer. The amount of money that you are going to save on your roof is about, for real, this is the math. I asked him on this. It's about 10 times of what it would be to have Roof Restore come out. 10 times. So you are saving that, saving the money, saving your roof. What they do, of course, not only do they go up there and then treat your roof for maintenance, but they also get images while they're up there, and they're up on my roof, and sure enough, it's not a monster issue, but a hole in the roof, and they're able to go up there and treat it. But in addition to do that, they're able to perform the maintenance treatment that will give extension to the life of my roof. It is huge. You have maintenance on your car. Why wouldn't you have maintenance on your roof? You're talking about the same kind of expense. And on top of it, unlike a car, this is an asset with your home that usually is going to be increasing in value. And for many, it is your largest asset. So therefore, don't expose yourself to the liability of a roof. Work with Roof Restore online at notanewroof.com. They were out there. Michael Mahoney and his team were out there at my house on Tuesday, and I can't say enough good things about the process. Notanewroof.com. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. And Chairman Kurt's filtering phone calls. Doug Bishon about sports has had about enough. Man, I wish we had a sports radio station in this town. Instead, we have sex talk at 9:30 in the morning. It's from Bishon about sports.
Okay.
And when I say Bishon, it's BISHINABT sports. So theoretically, it might not be Bishon about, but I've just assumed that ABT stands for that. Okay. I feel like he was a balloon party guy, if I'm not mistaken.
For sure.
Well, the story isn't, Jackson regaling us with tales of christening his new apartment. It is a story regarding Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, which I think has been one of the most talked about stories over the last 10 days. Now, I want to hear about Jackson christening his apartment, but we do that on QFTA for 4 hours. But this is a story that is on the front page of ESPN. Now, if that makes you uncomfortable, I understand. I also am uncomfortable with my genitals.
No.
And I will explain this segment to my children tonight. Carefully, though.
Choose your words wisely.
So, Bishon about sports. Jackson will send you a notes apology on Twitter.
That's right. Yep.
And
I'm going to mean it.
Apologizing.
Yeah.
Sex talk. I tried asking about a cuck sitch, and they wouldn't even stop talking sports for me. That's from Marcia's burner. Hey, Bishon, stop it!
Hey.
That's from Scissor Me Timbers. I would like more sex talk, please. That's from Al Formicola's burner. On the program, we have Brad Thompson joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. We may have Jeff Suppan joining us. You never know. But right now, his streak is at 6. And we're going to get to the bottom of this getaway day lineup thing.
His former teammates have been chiming in. Brian Bowringer, who listens to the show, former big leaguer himself, said he was teammates with Soup in Pittsburgh. And he said, this is yesterday, because I think he'll keep calling. Simon Tachi said, can't get enough Soup. So it's got some momentum now. The question is, Chairman, do we play the song for him on his...
I haven't heard the song.
I have a snippet in the folder if we want to go down that route.
Oh.
Okay.
We like snippets.
I did laugh out loud a couple of times with some of the lines in there.
Doug, here's a snippet for you.
Oh, we're going to hear it now. Okay.
Now it's 8 a.m. and I've got all day. Guess I'll check in with the boys. TMA. Now I'm on the air again. 5 days in a row. Haven't felt this alive since my days in the show. Got my old jersey framed on the wall. Hope the chairman answers when he sees me call. Line 3, you're on. Feel my temperature rise. Nothing like catching up with the guys again. I'm ready, I'm waiting. Tim, call me in. I feel like I'm 30 years old again. Although I've hung on my cleats, baby, my heart's still on that mound. I'm not Soup, I'm just dead now. No best friends, no Navy caps around. Oh, call the radio show just to hear my name. Act like I'm okay, but it's just not the same. Watching yourself grow old. Tell me, what do I do now? What do I do now? That the soup's gone cold.
Doug, Soup's gone cold.
Very dramatic.
Well, instantaneous reviews in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, polarizing. This is fantastic, Chairman. That's from Face Teeth. Please get laid, Chairman, so you can put on some good music. Swing and a miss on the Suppan song. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan. He has a banger, a smooth jam with the top down, and now a power ballad. Chairman, it's the damn trifecta. My God, Grammys, here we come. That's Sharon and Clayton. This makes me want to crawl under the bleachers at Nipper and hold Doug close. That's from the River to Perry Yacht Captain.
That's understandable.
And let's see. What in the Boys to Men crap is this? That's from Total Power Washing LLC.
Okay.
But that's what, when you put yourself out there as an artist, you understand that this is the cost of doing business.
Right.
I just love the theme that he used to get the call to come into a game, and now he's just hoping the chairman takes his call. And Tim, bring me in. He just wants in. Paints him a little bit as a lonely former ball player, but yeah,
he's just a friendly
friendly show.
That's right. We'll have Brad Thompson, maybe Jeff Suppan, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's all coming your way here on the Polos Plus dossier. James Carlton, longtime TMA sponsor, my insurance agent for 7 years. Jackson, how long have you been with him now? 2 months?
Yep, 2 months.
How's it treating you?
I feel saving money, and I know that if I ever have an issue, I can get on the phone with James Carlton and have someone I can trust on the other end of the line.
You better believe it, brother. That's why there's so many 5-star reviews for James Carlton and his team in Webster Groves. It's the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Jamie Rivers made the switch. BK and Ferrario have made the switch. I made the switch 7 years ago, and now Jackson's made the switch, and we are all incredibly happy customers. James is a first-class guy who runs a hell of a business. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. This program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This show is brought to you in part by FanDuel. And right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $400 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. It's everything you need, all in one app. So don't miss your shot. Jackson Burkett has a play.
I do. I'm keeping it simple today, Tim. Easy, just easy going. Knicks and Hawks. I like the Knicks minus 1.5. I think they can win by more than 2 points.
Going against Quinn Snyder, huh?
Yeah, I'm going against Quinn. I think they're going to win.
Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older in present Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Oh, listen to this. Jackson and Cardi B, Doug.
Oh, that's right.
Mark it.
Very catchy.
That's right.
Very, very catchy.
Stifel market moves here. Brad Thompson going to join us in the Polos Plus dossier, but Jackson's got questions for you, Doug. And incredible production is what he really has.
Yeah. Harkening back kind of the days of Balloon Party, I came up with a little question for you, fellas. Which of the local teams would you buy stock in becoming a contender the quickest? And which do you think, when they get to that contender status, would have the most sustained success? So who do you think can get there quicker, but who do you think can stay there longer?
I'm going to give you an answer, and the answer is the St. Louis Blues. And my reasoning is I do not believe there will be baseball for at least a few months next year, and the Cardinals are further away. With that said, I'd like to think whenever baseball returns that there will be different economic structure that will help the Cardinals and reduce the nonsense that goes on with the New York and Los Angeles Dodgers teams. I don't want to include the Angels in there, even though they enjoyed overspending on offense and attempted to sign C.J. Wilson. Was it C.J. Wilson who was
the same time as Fools, right?
Yeah, with Hamilton. But I would say the St. Louis Blues.
On both getting there quickest and then sustaining longer?
Yes.
Okay.
Battlehawks probably with new quarterback. Got that Luis Perez. You know what they call him? The Spring King.
I like that.
New quarterback.
Yeah.
But he's not going to start. You know, he learned to play quarterback watching YouTube videos. He actually looks really interesting. He didn't play high school football. He was an amateur bowler. His dad's from Mexico. But a serious answer would be the Blues, I think, for sure. I think despite the frustration the last year plus, there's still a lot of pieces there that are in place. And their model has proven that they can at least be in the playoff mix fairly regularly.
Doug?
Yeah, I'll have to agree also. I think it's a little easier in hockey to make major strides. The Cardinals look like contenders for the first 6 games of this season, but I don't think it's going to last. And I think they're still several players away from being a real contender. So I'd say Blues also.
Really creative question. That's from the 314. Jackson, is that what you said, like Twitter comment guy?
Yeah, Twitter reply guy.
Twitter reply guy.
Yeah. Just to correct you on the smallest of thing, or just be really condescending. Well, either way, that was market moves when it was presented to you by
It was okay. It was a little taste of balloon party, Doug. Balloon party.
Stifel brings the steady perspective. Market moves.
There you go.
Is that your voice? The market.
How about that?
It is.
Listen to that guy. He and Cardi B got together.
He's a recording artist.
That's almost Letterman-esque when they were playing Billie Jean. When Michael Jackson, when it was on fire, and they were convinced that he said, "The chair is not my son." And Letterman goes, "Do we have audio of that?" And you can clearly hear Paul Shaffer go, "Chair."
Brad Thompson next segment?
Yeah.
All right, Brad Thompson next. We'll have the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Maybe Jeff Suppan as well. And your Polos Plus dossier here on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct is making the decision to upgrade your home easy with their buy 2 windows, get 2 free offer. Plus, there's no limit. So the more you upgrade, the more you save, and it only gets better. You'll have no payments and no interest for 24 months with $500 off your entire project. Work with their team of experts to Give your home the fresh feeling it deserves for years to come. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. 24 months with no payments and no interest. $500 off your entire home improvement project. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. Check them out online at universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals off today, back in action tomorrow, back home in St. Louis as they will take on the Seattle Mariners with Andre Pallante on the mound for the Redbirds. We'll be talking more Redbirds with Brad Thompson coming up on the other side of this break. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN from the Stifel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls and emails. We're going to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. But right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, Doug, it's our pleasure to welcome to the presentation Brad Thompson. Morning, Brad.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
We're good. You get the day off. So how are you spending your day outside of spending some time with us this morning?
You know what? It's running errands. It's honey-do lists. It's whatever we need. I think my daughter has got a musical performance at school this evening, which I'm very happy hits on a day that I have off. So just all of the stuff that I don't get to do. You know,
I couldn't tell. See, you're a good person. I'm bad. I'm bad. Oh, I think you were being sincere, but I laughed because I thought you were being sarcastic because I'm a bad person. But now looking back on it, I think you were being serious.
No, definitely being serious. I do understand what you mean, because if you have to sit through a lot of things like that, sometimes, other than the part where your kid is doing it, it's miserable. We act like we all want to watch other kids do stuff. We don't. But you're there for your child. And during baseball season, I miss a ton. So the fact that it does end up landing here, I am happy about that. Now, had I have to go to these things each and every week, it would have been like, oh no, there's a game. But not the case this time.
I took it as sincere, and then when Tim laughed, it was a reminder that he's a bad person.
Thank you.
I think that's exactly what it was.
Well, you're going to go to your kids' plays and things, aren't you?
Begrudgingly.
No.
I guess. I don't know. I always tell my wife I gotta do show prep.
Okay.
I'm meeting Jackson over at Hubbard. But don't be the guy, Brad, that just when they see their kid waving in the audience, there's always a parent they saw their kid 20 minutes ago when they dropped them off. As soon as they're on stage, they're waving. See me, Susie. Hey. Don't be that guy.
No, I don't want to be that guy. Here's the thing that we all know. It's not about one person, okay? It's about everybody. You can snap a picture up there if you want for the memory that you'll never use again. It'll stay on your camera roll. You're not going to frame it. Maybe you'll put it on Facebook. I'm not a big social media. Here's what I'm doing in my life every second of it guy. But some people are, which that's a good thing for it. But I agree with you with the waving and making a spectacle, because if everybody did this show would never hit the road and we'd never be able to get out of here.
See, there you go. There's the breakdown.
That's how it works.
Luckily, the Cardinals hit the road real quickly yesterday. Nice and efficient. Kind of start the plane up at about 11, get the game over with, and hit the road there. I like to call that an efficient loss.
I think that was a fantastic transition, to be totally honest with you. Everything about that was smooth. Yeah, if you're going to lose quick, I guess, on a getaway day. No, it was one of those days, right? Yesterday's starter, you knew that Jansen Junk, he was going to pump strikes. I think he had the lowest walk rate in baseball last year. I think he set a franchise record, actually, for the Marlins, like a 2.9% walk rate. So you knew he was going to be in the zone. You knew he was going to work the corners, and it was pretty evident that early on the plan was swing, just swing early. Fortunately for Junk, unfortunately for the Cardinals, that meant a lot of outs early, and he was very efficient. And, yeah, offense didn't get anything going. It was a day where some of your regulars had the day off, and they have the day off today, so you're building in 2 full days. But not exactly how you wanted to end it, but still overall, when you look at this road trip, you go 4-2. You're sitting 4 games over 500 coming back home. And I know the Mariners have not played great baseball to this point. I got a feeling they'll get better and better. You're about to start getting tested when you look at your schedule. So I would say overall a pretty good road trip for the Cardinals.
I want to focus on something that I'm sure you're well aware that it got a lot of attention. I think the attention on it is justified, so I'm not passing this off to the fan base of social media, and that is the lineup yesterday. We saw that kind of a lineup. I think it was Detroit's home opener, if memory serves. So it was a day game on Friday a couple weeks ago, and then we saw that yesterday. Now, Ali Marmol was asked about it. Derek Gould did a great job writing about it in the Post-Dispatch, and the reasoning that Marmol gave was you don't want to get these guys in a spot where they're tired out when you have 17 games over 17 days, and so that was the reason why he rested all 3, in particular Wynn, Walker, and Burleson yesterday. So a couple of questions on this. Going back to your World Championship team, You didn't necessarily see things like this as often, because when you look at, say, Pujols statistics, you'll see, the seasons where he didn't run into injury, he was out there 150-plus games. I think somebody texted in Roland Edmonds and Pujols played 150 games plus in the MV3 year. What are your thoughts on the getaway day lineups in general, because it's not exclusive to the Cardinals, and then specifically the logic behind yesterday's lineup, Brad?
Yeah, look, I understand that people will find anything to complain about or you're dug in enough to care about. I get that. But I support the idea behind it, right? Well, especially with 17 games in 17 days coming up, it makes a lot of sense to me. Look, as a fan, I hate the getaway day lineup, the rest lineup, because you are paying money and you're dedicating time and you want to watch your, the biggest stars and your favorite players be out there. But I understand it for the long haul when you're managing for a season of trying to get some guys off their feet. And you're saying, well, he's 23 years old, 24 years old. He doesn't need time off. First of all, I think everybody could use a little time off. There are your outliers, right? There's your, Cal Ripken Jr. and nowadays version of it of Matt Olson, who plays every single game. And I love that, man. I love those guys that are able to post every day. And it's not like these guys aren't able to post. I think organizationally they just have the data supports being able to build in some rest and wanting their guys at their best. So, look, I understand the fan part of it, but I also understand from an organizational standpoint and from a managerial standpoint, I believe that I would be doing the same thing of resting my guys and giving them the best opportunity to stay healthy through 162.
I just wonder if you could give, Walker Tuesday night off, then he's in there Wednesday. Just stagger it a little bit so it doesn't look as glaring.
Yeah, you could, but then the way that they did this way, you kind of build in 2 full days before the off day, right? So I think that's the thought process behind it, is getting a real reset to it. There's probably not a perfect way to do it to make everybody happy and then to keep your guys as healthy as possible. And I know that there are guys that are probably beating down your door: Mason Wynn, Alec Burleson, and Walker. They're all kind of those guys that want to be in there, and I'm sure it's almost a fight at times to get them to actually take a step back and take a seat. But I believe, and they obviously believe, that's the more important part, that it's going to be beneficial for the long run. Because I promise you, they're not doing anything or not making any decisions that they believe aren't going to benefit the organization and benefit this 2026 version of it.
Yeah, I think for sure it's well-intentioned. And in the big picture, it's not the end of the world. Team's 14-10. It's been a great start to the year. Do you think what have you seen that makes it sustainable, do you think, from this team, that they can be more competitive than anyone expected?
Yeah, the thing that I believe makes it sustainable, and I'll get to the thing that I don't think makes it sustainable, the one is they figure out different ways to win. Like, this team is not reliant on one thing. It's not reliant on the long ball. It's not specifically reliant on small ball. It's not solely reliant on the defense, although the defense has been very good, and there are times where your pitching staff is picking up games where your offense isn't there. Like, they've won in a very balanced manner. So that makes me believe that we're going to see some sustained winning. And the fact that you've done this without the top of your order getting going at all. Now, JJ has been an on-base machine, off day for him, just like the rest of the offense yesterday. I think JJ went 0 for 4, a pair of strikeouts, which does not happen to him very often. But he hasn't really even started hitting the ball consistently. Herrera, I think we're just starting to see glimpses of it for him, and you know that's going to come. Burley's been steady. Walker, we know what he's been doing to this year, but I don't think that they've really clicked yet offensively. The thing that feels like it's not sustainable is the pitching staff. And right now, I mean, that was the one that I was hanging my hat on that I thought was going to be the thing that ends up carrying you at this point. To right now, 24 games in, that really hasn't been the overall case. There's too many walks, specifically in the bullpen. You're going to need somebody else to emerge that's not Riley O'Brien or JoJo Romero. I think lately, Graceffo has done a good job of that. At times we've seen Soriano with that. Stanik's had his ups and downs. But that's the one right now where I know they're trying to figure out how to fine-tune that, because the pitching has been leaving a lot of opportunity for the opposition.
Yeah, they've been fortunate to dodge some bullets. I really do think 14-10 is about as good of a record as it could realistically be, considering what we've seen. And that's a great thing because, hey, you're going to need those wins when things do start to go against you, such as you want to talk about sustainability, 5-0 in extra innings. Inevitably, there's going to be a correction there. Here's a question, and I know this isn't necessarily your department, but I'm sure you hear about it, being around the team as much as you are, Brad. There are some guys at Memphis who are really raking. And then you look at the Cardinal lineup where you have some vulnerability. And then I wonder, is it possible that you might start to see some of these guys get an opportunity in a year that is at least supposed to be about opportunity? You have what's going on with Jimmy Crooks. He had another big game yesterday. He's up to 8 home runs. And you sit there and you look at the Cardinal catchers and the offensive production you're getting there, and it's clearly lackluster. And then Blaze Jordan came over in the Steven Matz deal from the Red Sox. He's down there, and he is going off as well. He had another big game. Do you think that that is something that could be in the mix in the near future for the big league squad to bring guys like Jordan or Crooks or maybe more up?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how to frame the near future, right? Because I don't see anything happening in the next week or two necessarily. Now, I could be totally off on that. Again, 17 games
just
in
May?
17 days.
What do you think? Is May too soon for that to be happening? Or are they going to be committed to going with the Urias Gorman deal at third and then the Pages Herrera kind of McGreevy start mix?
The catching mix one is very interesting to me, right? And obviously Pozo is on the roster too with very little playing time for him, and the fit is odd other than some pinch hits for him. The thing with Crooks is if you're going to bring Crooks up, he's got to play, and I agree he's tearing it up. Now, one thing I bet they're concerned about, and all the offensive numbers are great. I think he's striking out at like 32, 33% of the time down there, too. You translate that to the big leagues, that's damn near half the time. I mean, if you really believe in the jumps from the levels, which I do think there's a little concern there. And I think there's also a little concern potentially, even though he's very good behind the plate and very intelligent, of handing over your pitching staff to a rookie catcher. I know that Pedro Pages, from an offensive standpoint, he leaves a bit to be desired there, but he knows his staff inside and out. He game plans really well. He's got the respect of each and every one on that pitching staff, and that means a lot, especially with a pitching staff that can have its ebbs and flows to it. But all Jimmy Crooks can do is keep doing what he's doing. I mean, he is absolutely knocking on the door, if not pounding on it. Same thing with Blaze Jordan. Dude, Blaze Jordan did not look good in spring training. Like, he was not putting together good at-bats, and something clicked for him as the season started. He's hitting for average. He's hitting for power. I mean, he's doing a little bit of everything. So he is one that is really interesting to look at. When you talk about Gorman, how long, well, I'll use a term from last year, what does that runway look like for him? Do you continue to run him out there, or do you give another guy an opportunity? Urias on a one-year deal that you bring over. I'm interested to see what that dynamic looks like. I don't think that there's an urgency right this second internally, and again, I'm just I don't know for sure. But I know that these guys will make it easier to make some decisions, the fact that they're pushing as much as they are.
Brad Thompson, our guest here on TMA. He joins us on Thursdays. Ours is the type of presentation, Doug, what is it?
Where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
That's exactly right. And as it turns out, dropping by for the 7th straight show now, Brad. I mean, at this point, I guess we got to put him up on the 101 ESPN website as a co-host. He won a world championship with you. You might remember he started Game 7 at Shea Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jeff Suppan joining his former teammate Brad Thompson right here on the Morning After. Morning, Sue.
Hey, top of the morning to you guys.
There they go.
I mean, I have to tell you, Brad, that was some fun listening. I mean, I was on there.
How long were you sitting there?
I was there for a long time, and I'm like, who is this highly intelligent baseball, person talking? I couldn't believe it. And then I heard a few little of your inflections or whatever you want to call it. I'm like, oh, man, you're the best, dude. I love you, too. I was a little worried because I had Brad. I don't know if you know, I have been calling into the show. This is my 7th day. It's like, it's a record. Because I've been, a lot of my Marco Polo friends are jealous because I haven't been leaving messages with them. I've been calling into the show around 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock Central. And I had a big morning this morning where I was tasked with dropping off library books at the same time dropping off my son. And so I was trying to process, how am I going to do this? Am I going to make my son walk in? I can't do that. Or should I drop him off and wrap around? Then I had many conversations. I just want to let you know I got it done today, and I got it done on time to where I could listen to you talk. So how are you?
I'm doing great. I want to know what has spawned this 7 or is it 8 days in a row now? What began this journey for you with TMA this year?
I don't know how it started, but it was one of those things where maybe somebody, I don't know how it started, but all I know is somebody said, okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And I was like, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Then I call in again, and then they kept saying that to me. And I'm like, all right, I'll call in again. I'm a man of my word, right, Martin?
Yeah.
And then, I don't know. It's just,
I love
one of those things. And then they put the pressure on me, like, hey, since you've been calling in, the team is doing this and the team is doing that. Right. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, I better follow the team right now because I don't know what's going on. But I just got the whole runway on all these players.
Soup, I also follow along a little bit. I know what's going on, and not to hijack this, fellas, but I know that you'll like this. I do believe in my research that you are a big proponent of blue hat on the road. Is that true?
Yes, and that's what I called it, blue hat. They call it Navy hat on the road, so it's a little more catchier tune. But I have to say, there was a few times. Do you remember when Albert forgot his hat and the whole team had to wear red, and then we had to change the belt out, and then because if you looked at the one photo that Chairman Kurt put on the podcast or whatever thing, we wore red sleeves, which is odd because if you're going to wear a Navy hat, you wear Navy sleeves, but. Whatever it takes, I guess. It is a good look, and somebody made a comment. One of the listeners was like, "Hey, the Cardinals are a historic franchise. They don't do what other people do; they do what they do." So, are you on board with that? You like the Navy hats on the road?
I'm Team Navy hat. I like it. I think it flows well. Yeah. Now, I am okay if Albert or whoever that version of this organization is forgets something. Okay, then we pivot. We make something else. Now, this. The clubhouse staff is so good. Walshy now and Rip back in the day. They've got several hats for everybody, so that probably won't be an issue. The belts aren't an issue, too, now, Soup. You see that everybody's got their like, bedazzled belts. I mean, you can do whatever you want with your belt.
Special belts. So, yeah, I would have not been – I was just happy to wear a leather belt, okay? Because that meant you were a big leaguer. You know what I mean?
I could totally see your belt just across the whole diameter of just soup and wraps around
like a needle point.
Yeah.
He gets a soup needle point out on the mound. So St. Louis. I want to know more of the dynamic when Albert forgot his head.
We thought you were making this up, Soup, but this because we had listeners looking into this. This really did happen.
Okay, I may or may not have made that up.
It's a good bluff. But I bet Brad was like, God, did that really happen?
I play along well.
I can totally see
it.
Along those lines, though, like they're. So go ahead, Stu.
Well, I was going to say because Brad called it out, so now I can't fib about it. Every clubhouse guy brings everything with them. Okay, so they have uniforms for players that come up. They have everything. So once Bradley called me out, I had to I had to tell the truth. I had to come clean.
It wasn't a call out of you. It was a hype up of the staff. That's for sure.
No, I know.
There are guys that can do no wrong, though. Like, there's no wrong for... Like, Albert was at a point for, well, I don't know, his entire life. There's doing no wrong on the baseball field. Soup, I have one error in my major league career, and I will go down saying this. It was Albert's error, okay? I didn't make the error, okay? It was a ground ball back to me. It was at Wrigley. I threw one. And it went right. He whiffed it at first base. E1. He comes back in. He's like, "You throw a cutter?" I'm like, "I didn't throw a cutter. I threw a straight one right at you." But Albert, I should get the error. He should not. He's the best player that I've ever seen in my life. But, like, you would change a hat for that guy, for sure.
No, I mean, 100%. And you know what? It wasn't your error. I'm sorry. That was 100. As soon as he said you throw a cutter, like, Tony's like, "What? What?" You know,
somebody call up and put that error on Thompson.
Yeah, please call the press box right now.
Tony calls up to the president. Yeah, I don't see it that way, man. I don't know how Jose Alberto doesn't drop that ball. That's got to be on Brad. You know that's possible.
That is awesome and true.
It's like if Albert forgot it, bring his bat. Yeah, let's talk to the umpire, man. No bats for anybody. Like what? Like, that's a rule?
Man, I remember one time Albert said that we got in 04, we had these plates, and they came out at the end of the season. It was 05 now, so I'm trying to get everyone to sign it, right? So it's like the second game of the year. So I didn't go around and ask everybody to sign it. I gave it to Walshy. I said, "Hey, Walshy, can you get everyone to sign it?" And I hear him go to he's like, "Oh, I got to go to Albert." So he goes to Albert, and I hear Albert's like, it's just literally, we played 4 or 5 games. Suppan hasn't even won a game yet, and I'm signing this? And I'm like, what? I said, what?
Did you tell him you're undefeated when you get 10 runs of support?
Yeah, that's right. I said, "Hey, score me 10. I'll get you a win." And Brad will finish the game up for me, okay?
Those are generally the ones that I got into, Soup.
Yeah, it's kind of...
Hey, you were nasty, man. Sinker slider, man.
Well, you know, they caught up. It turns out now, and I don't think I'd have fared as well nowadays, that the league knows everything you do right after you do it. You used to have a little bit of a grace period. It's like the second year. It's like, oh, okay, this guy's a sinker slider guy. Now it's like game to game. And then I don't know how you feel about this. I was thinking about this the other day. Soup, you know those Traject pitching machines where they put in exactly the metrics of whatever this guy's pitches are and you get to face it beforehand? I think that should be banned.
I went to, after my son, we went to Omaha, and I went into Kansas City because my buddy Jeff Davenport is the manager of team travel. He's a vice president over there, been there forever. And so he took me in there, and I saw the machine, and he goes, "Hey, this is tomorrow's starter." And I'm like, what? I mean, it would look so real. I mean, everything since 1968 has been in favor of the hitter. When Bob Gibson set the ERA record of 112, no lie.
And yet somehow the Cardinals still have a lineup full of guys hitting 208.
Well, that's right because that doesn't always translate. Pitch, it's hard to hit.
You know, what's truly awkward is that we focused a lot on this show on getaway lineups and how it's less robust than normal. I feel like our guests today both have been victims of those. Like, you go ahead and take the ball tomorrow, Brad.
Yeah, I would be the one. I would be the one that would get I still remember it was actually the last day of the season. God, what year it was. Whenever Kyle Loesch was signing his extension, and I remember driving into the stadium. It was against the Reds, and I get a call from Russ Springer. And Russ is like, "Where you at, big guy?" I go, "Dude, I'm on my way in. What's up?" He goes, "Well, just didn't know if you had a different routine on your start day. I go, what do you mean, my start day? I'm not starting. He goes, I'm sitting here looking at the lineup. Says you are. I go, what? Are you kidding me? And then I get to the ballpark. Turns out Loesch's signing an extension. He's got the day off, and I'm starting. So those were kind of my assignments. I think it's important to have a guy like that, the just-in-case guy.
Well, as I got older, that was my alias on the road, just in case. But, the reality is, like, Brad, I was telling them the other day, I said, first of all, it's the big leagues. I mean, so it does, they're not a starter who may, be rolling out on a getaway day, but they're still big leaguers. You know what I mean? Like, it's still a good lineup. I mean, and it just may not be, all the Hall of Famers that are on the team starting that day. But how did you do that day? I'm curious.
Look, and somebody has probably already looked this up already, but I think I did well. I want to say I probably went 5 innings. I feel like we won the game. If it's anything other than that, please don't look it up. I remember it fondly.
Well, going 5 innings after you've been pitching relief for a while, that's like throwing 10 innings. So kudos to
9
you.
Now,
because,
so like that was. If you think about it now, 5 innings is pretty solid.
I mean, 5 innings is a starter now. You did it coming out of the bullpen spot start. Didn't know you were pitching.
Tell him.
I mean that's pretty legit. That's hard to do, and you did it. So
it's no LCS MVP stuff, but it's fine.
That was a good 15 innings of my life. You know what I mean? That was timing. Timing went well, and a lot of things came together. You know what I mean? So what about your boy Flo coming in, throwing 15 sliders in the row? I never even knew that until I watched the game like 10 years later. I'm like, oh my gosh, every pitch was a slider, and got out of it.
And Flo is one of our best friends. Love him to death. He came out there all clammy-handed, nervous, and then just mowed people down.
Just mowed them down. And that's no spider tack. That's no nothing with the clammy hands. So
good call on that. Good call. No, you shake his hand. He's got to wipe off first. He's a sweater.
That's right.
Clammy hands.
That's right.
Boys, we could do this for about 5 hours. Unfortunately, we gotta take a break, but we have enjoyed the hell out of having 2 members of the 2026 World Champion St. Louis Cardinals talking it over and reminiscing here on the program. Brad, always appreciate it. I guess we'll talk next Thursday. Soup, I have a feeling we might talk tomorrow right around this time yet again.
We will see. Stay tuned.
Oh, wow. Good
tease.
He went to T school.
Yeah.
Soup, it was great to hear from you. I hope to talk to you next Thursday as well. See you, boys.
See you guys.
Be well.
They are
Be
Jeff
well.
Suppan and Brad Thompson with us here on TMA Talking It Over. 15 straight sliders from Flores. I didn't realize that. Fun facts for no one tell. Brad Thompson now joining Team Navy Caps on the road. Chairman Kurt, you got I don't know if there's video on the Courtney show of your appearance with Jackson. You got now Brad Thompson with the endorsement. Keep it going. The social media clips. Keep this. There's a momentum here in St. Louis, Doug. It's a Navy tidal wave of support.
Okay. You think anything will happen? Anything will come from this?
Maybe.
A boy can dream.
I need Brad to accidentally talk about it on the broadcast. Where he'll forget that he's company man and he's just up there talking with Chip and just yakking. And he's like, man, you know what would look good today, Chip? What about some blue kit? Well, if the team approves it, of course.
I remember when Dan McLaughlin was calling games, Doug, he'd run into Dennis, Denise, and Deke Dotem on a course field.
Occasionally he did, Occasionally
Best
he did.
wishes to Mr. Dotem.
Right there on the air.
We'll take a commercial break, come back with more, including the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, running behind today, as is the brand. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Think about it, Doug.
I'm thinking hard.
Papers, you going to rhyme? Rap?
No, I'm no Stingray. I can't do it like that.
You're no Stingray.
I like the beanie look on you, Martin.
Well, I have to say, you gave us a warning that it's a little chilly in the studio, and people that are watching on the YouTube, it's, I'd say high 40s in the studio, so the knit cap came in handy.
When it's chilly like this, it makes you appreciate what Design Air has done for your home and how comfortable our homes are. When we've had Design Air in to make things right. Seth Goldcamp and his band of technicians do fabulous work, whether it's your air conditioner or your furnace that's giving you problems. Design Air Heating and Cooling has got the answers, and they've had them since 1904. Not just another HVAC company, longest-running sponsor on TMA. That loyalty says a lot to us. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp there, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. We've all had them out to our homes, and they just do fantastic work. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. Home of the handsome repairman. Design Air brings the heat.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I reached out to my Florida correspondents to get answers on Marmol's sus getaway lineup. Frank Frangie was too busy hosting mock drafts despite the Jags not having a first-round pick. Meanwhile, convicted fraudster Nevin Shapiro assured me...
What an intro. Convicted fraudster.
The truth hasn't been told, and you can't believe everything you read, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know Miami has a baseball team. So I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'll tell you why. The manager, who never played a game in the show, thinks these back-to-back off days in April are going to help them in September. I like how Libby Jack's Zoomer brain cannot grasp why anyone would want to own their music. People absolutely can purchase Chairman Kurt's songs in the iTunes store, but Libby Jack chose instead to discourage the audience from trying to pay Chairman Kurt for his work and directed them to just stream using the exploitative apps that pay the artists tiny fractions of cents. It's like a car salesman discouraging someone from buying a car and recommending they go ride the bus instead.
You know, sick. This is like the ultimate Twitter. There's a final boss of Twitter reply guy. I mean, it's unbelievable. But thanks for the email.
Ours is the type of presentation where unemployed, overeducated former tech workers who pivoted to medieval history degrees so they could spend their mornings calling into talk radio and pretending to be a doctor. Feel free to drop in at any time and give awful NBA takes that nobody asked for. I really think we need to hear from Dr. Ben's wife. Call in, big breadwinner.
This is Buck Swope, isn't it?
It is. DBA the Recess Ladies Breast.
He always brings it strong.
He does. He's a heat bringer.
Swope.
Doug, next up. Okay. We ended up making love that night, comma, Doug and I. That's from Cal May, Ken, Whoopi.
It was Kevin Miller, wasn't it?
It actually was.
Yeah, of course it was. Kevin Miller.
It all started with a kiss. And here we are. Marcel and I are the only guy couple at the marriage counseling class. 2 weeks ago, we were nothing more than longtime neighbors who suddenly found ourselves locked in each other's embrace during a gardening break. We kissed once while the yard sprinklers wet our tops and made them see-through. It was only one time, and our wives freaked out and signed us up for this counseling class. While there, we both noticed a khaki newsboy. We both made plans to harvest his buttock?
Oh. Wow. Oh.
Is that right? They do that?
You harvest a buttock?
I'd never heard the term.
I don't mind being called Khaki Dex Newsboy.
Before these sessions ended, what I initially thought was a nightmare has now turned into a triple love connection. This new St. Louis 6 News fella is quite the tongue magician. That's from Chet and Marcel's neighbor. And finally, Doug.
Marcel's neighbor.
Sex addiction is real, I can assure you. I'm sure you've witnessed it firsthand on many occasions. Addiction can take many shapes and forms. Tim, for example, is addicted to excellence in radio and golf. It's compulsory. He can't help it. I think the X-Files guy is a hero for being so honest about his affliction. Though if you're going to have a sex addiction, he lucked out having it as a handsome movie star in Hollywood, an LA-8, if you will. I'm sure the disease looks a lot darker if you're a St. Charles VI, relegated to satiate your needs at truck stop showers or after washed-up rock star concerts at the family arena. But remember that recovery and celibacy are always possible. Keep up the 9:30 in the morning sex talk, bishing about sports. That's from the Poor Film Student.
Poor Film Student.
And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We'll announce the winner coming up in 20 minutes. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stifel Studios.
Jackbox staying up too late. Summer blockbuster, rewind the tape. Jordan Walker got me feeling like it's summer 98. Welcome to the jungle, I can still hear it. 61 said he never get near it. Watching Big Mac back and forth with Sammy Sosa. Things we didn't speak about, familiar Cosa Nostra. Homer after Homer after Homer after Homer. It's like summer 98, he'll have 80 by October. Where will you be when Jordan Walker hits number 80? Got me feeling like it's summer 98. When I see 18 digging at the plate, dropping bombs at a Big Mac pace. Looks like we got.
Let me tell you something. People love Summer 98.
Mm-hmm. Well, they should.
The song is light and breezy.
It takes me back to Columbia, Missouri, Doug. 1316 Paris Road.
Just hearing the song does.
It really does. That's the magic of music. It takes you back to that moment when you were younger, hearing that song and chasing ass.
Summer's in Columbia, an elite time.
There's nobody there, is there?
Oh, yeah, there is.
Papers was there.
Boy, in my day, there was nobody there.
Jackson was working with Kim English.
Yeah, but if you were an out-of-state student, like if you were from Illinois or something, you could get in-state tuition if you were to prove residency and work. So a lot of people would work over the summer in Columbia, prove residency, and then they could start getting in-state tuition. So there was a lot of people in Columbia. And it was great. The bars were like never charging cover. It was good vibes.
The tuition when I was there was like in the hundreds of dollars a year.
Is that what it is now?
It was like $500 a year.
Yeah, and the house you bought, it was like you got it for a bushel of blueberries and a
a bushel and a peck.
If we just help them do some canning.
Yeah, if you paint someone's fence, you can have this 4-bedroom, 4-bath.
Chairman Dirty Dan, the garbage man, is real angry. Have you been going back and forth with him or something like that? I am actively, who is filtering out my emails? I am actively trying to participate in the program, and I am being punished. There is no way it was deemed for being too inappropriate to read. Did I get blocked or something? Hello? Why are my emails getting blocked? Doug, that's Dirty Dan, the garbage man.
Oh, my gosh. Listen to this guy.
Chairman, your response. What is your personal grievance with Dirty Dan, the garbage man?
I don't have a problem with garbage men in general, and I don't have a problem with, I'm guessing this is him. He signed his email Fart Box.
Oh.
So you can see what we're working with here.
Yeah. Child.
But Fart Box was in the filtered file, but we started 10-1 at 10:30, and I thought I had to cut Fart Box.
Sit down, Jim.
Cut him out. Block him. I'd say blocking.
Now there's more grievances. Doug, this is our comfort service text inbox, and there. Did you guys listen to my song that I sent you about KG wanting Tim to like him? That's some chairman of the National Swingers Convention. So somebody sent in a song about you or me wanting you to like me? Doug, me? What? Nurse?
I don't get it.
KG wanting Tim to like him. This was sent in, and you filtered that.
I have not seen or heard that. I'm sure it's a great tune.
Where'd he send it into?
I don't know.
What does that mean? Like, we don't have a P.O. box.
But, I mean, can you blame me? I think everybody wants Tim to like them.
Clip that off.
Oh.
Right.
Do you like me?
Hey, Piglet, Tim, that's you. This conversation about sex addiction, Doug, that took place 90 minutes ago, but nonetheless, that's fine. People podcast. I'm kind of with Doug. Sex is instinctive behavior, way more compulsive than an addiction could ever be. Either you have the self-control to control your instinctive behavior or you don't. Don't call in an addiction just because you can't be faithful. That's from Piglet.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm going to agree to disagree agreeably.
You're making yourself a victim. I can't help my lousy behavior. I'm a victim.
Chairman's filtering sucks. It's from Grimy from South County. Sounds like he's been on the receiving end.
This is a position thing. Anyone who's in the position of filtering is going to get claimed that they suck. It's just it's part of the gig.
Well, having a filtering problem is better than having a tax problem.
Couldn't agree more.
But if you did have a tax problem, you know who to go to, and that would be, of course, Mark Milton. He can get you out of trouble with the godforsaken tax man. He's been doing it for many years now. He's one of the absolute best in the country. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where Mark Milton represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now Mark helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. He can do your taxes, of course, that's a snap. But if you have real IRS issues, maybe unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that kind of thing, heaven forbid, an IRS criminal investigation, the guy you want in your corner is Mark Milton. He's at stltaxlawyer.com. Any kind of IRS issues at all, contact Mark Milton. Again, stltaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Shrimply Pibbles has a thought. Marriage is easy. Cook a nice meal, kiss deeply and passionately, and let your wife watch it all. My garbage man is a great kisser. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
What?
And it sounds like he has a rapport with Dan, the garbage man?
Wow.
How does that come about? You go out to... You take the cans to the street, and there's the garbage man there, and you instantly strike up a conversation and start smooching.
Well, they work hard during the holidays. You can show a little appreciation.
You'd have to think it would be like weeks and weeks and weeks of work because the garbage man's only there for 10 seconds, maybe. So you'd have to be like putting in work every week and then hopefully culminating around the holiday season when you give them the tip.
The guys in my neighborhood really hustle.
Oh, yeah.
They really go
fly around. You reward them with a...
I don't go out there. I rarely see them because they hustle. They're gone
hey,
so
fellas,
quickly.
a smooch for your troubles.
These people clearly never had to pleasure themselves 6 to 8 times between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. while spinning through the AM dial to see where you guys were on that week. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
Yeah. How far we've come. Really, how far we've come.
Oh, you're welcome to get involved and send in your grievances regarding Chairman Kurt's filtering process to 314-399-9646. Enjoy it now because this guy's about to move to Hollywood. Beverly Hills. He's got hit records, I'm telling you.
I guess.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Ryan Luchtefeld is my guy. He is with Delmar Mortgage, online at delmarmortgage.com. Gives out his number. It's his personal number, 618-593-3608. He's going to get you that personal local touch if you are looking to buy a home, get pre-approved, or refinance. But with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents in closing in as little as 2 weeks. Delmar Mortgage has 60 years in the industry, and it's family-owned. Ryan has been doing it for 22 years and 13 with Delmar Mortgage. Give him a call first. 618-593-3608 or online at delmarmortgage.com. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. If you are looking to buy a home or if you're looking to get pre-approved or if you're looking to refinance, 618-593-3608. 618-593-3608. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage at delmarmortgage.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals, Mariners tomorrow evening, 7:15 first pitch. Andre Palante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. We always recommend you go back and podcast the program. Longtime listeners podcast the program. Doug, they call it podcasting like the Dickens. PLTD. If you missed it, nice little conversation between Jeff Suppan and Brad Thompson, just kind of reliving 2006. That's when Jackson Burkett fell in love with baseball. The 2006 Cardinals.
Really? Yep.
Mine was the 1982 Cardinals.
Yep. I was 8 years old, I was, and to see a World Series championship, like when I first started remembering baseball or like knowing about baseball was really, really awesome. And Suppan's a huge part of that. So is Brad.
Doug, how many Cardinal World Champions do you recall?
World Championship teams?
Yeah.
Going back to 64.
So you can remember that team decently enough?
Little kid, but I remember it.
Yeah, same here for me with 82. So which of the World Championship teams would you say was the best? I have a guess. You're just going to have to operate in the trust tree on which one I think he's going to say.
Was the best? Oh, probably. Did you say the best?
The best of all the World Championship teams you've seen with the Cardinals. So it's 64, 67, 82. 06, 11.
Yeah, I'd say probably 67.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
The 68 team was even better and didn't win.
Yeah.
68 team blew away the National League. All year you knew that, well, this is the National League pennant winner. But didn't get it done in the World Series.
That was the year Gibson had a 1.12 ERA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think for people, and it would include, probably 80% of our audience who can remember 2004 and 2006. Probably that's how people would say, it wasn't back-to-back years, but 2004 better than 2006, including guys on the team who are on both teams. That's Suppan that.
Yeah.
But again, the 2004 team that played the Red Sox and the Astros for that matter, and the Dodgers for that matter, in the postseason was not the team because they didn't have Carpenter.
Yeah.
Because you sit there and you look at the pitching staff that went against the Red Sox, and I think the order was Woody Williams, Matt Morris, Suppan pitched 3, and Marquis pitched 4. You'd go, geez, that was a team that won 105 games.
Right.
But Chris Carpenter was a huge, huge part of that, and then he was out. But on the other side of it, and this is sometimes non-Cardinal Instagram reels and TikTok reels that I see, they'll go, how in the hell? Because they'll cite the lineup from the 2004 Cardinals, go, how in the hell? This is one of the best baseball lineups to not win a world championship.
It's crazy.
And you just go through it. And there wasn't, I guess maybe Matheny / Molina.
They're like 1 through 6.
But other than that, it was just
Yeah.
If you're a starting pitcher, how in the hell? Like when they would lose games, you'd go, a little weird.
Right.
They lost game 3 to Jose Lima and the Dodgers in that best of 5. You're like, okay, they'll win the next one. Not even going to be an issue. So much so that they shook hands after the series. The one time I've seen that. That was a Larry Walker thing as a Canadian, like the NHL playoffs. That was his thing. And it was a little surprising that the Astros took him to 7, but that speaks to how good the Astros were at that time. So, with respect to it, the 2006 team, great team, celebrating its 20th anniversary, and we got a chance to hear from 2 members of the 2006 World Champions. Go back and podcast that. You can always do so via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or just by subscribing to the TMA STL YouTube channel and rewatching the show. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next, but Jackson Burkett has the announcement of who has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What do we got?
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope. 2 in a row for him.
Yeah, when he starts feeling it, like they say about Rory McIlroy, oh, he's got the pointy elbows.
Oh, gosh. Why would that help?
I don't know. That's what Paul McGinley says on the Golf Channel.
Okay.
Oh, he's out there. He's bouncing with the pointy elbows.